Good niggas and niggas. It's your boy Cornbread. We about to finish whatever we was watching yesterday, and then we're gonna get into some other things.
Davian would temporarily prevent Terrorblade from finding it. But that was only a matter of time. He had placed a charm on the ring to help him avoid being possessed by the dragon. But this was also a temporary measure, because the longer it was suppressed, once it burst out, it would bring calamity to this whole world, and he would die when it escaped. Rin was now praying to her own goddess. She discovered Davian passing by, so she hid away. And as for that assassin, we now know her name is Luna. She has now also begged for power from the Dark Moon Goddess to be able to avenge her troops. The goddess has allowed her to do whatever she wants as long as she keeps love for the goddess in her heart. Marana has now regained consciousness. She meets Marseille again and the mage who brought her to meet Davian. He asks her if she still serves the Dark Moon Goddess, which she does, so he tells her the truth about her, that she is a cruel being. She once heard a prophecy about the elf army overthrowing her, so she created the army to purge the elf. And right now, the loss of the lotus flowers is causing her to gradually lose her powers, which is why she is panicking and starting to attack indiscriminately. The elf army is now being constantly hit by Luna's moonlight, and their formation is breaking apart. With nowhere to hide, they no longer pose any threat to her. As for Marana, she realizes that this mage is actually the Chaos Mage Invoker, who desires to bring about the apocalypse. But he only wants peace. He will return the flowers to her, but on the condition that she must persuade her goddess to withdraw from where the elf are living. She still doesn't trust him, but he gives her time to think, because as long as she hasn't made a choice, the deal with the shopkeeper will still protect her. She and Davian then stood and talked with each other. Marana now doesn't know if she is really perceiving everything correctly, whether it's the goddess she has been with for 10 years or the mage she just met. However, Davian still somewhat trusts the mage. Marana doesn't know what to do now, so Davian advises her to try being a dragon knight. Davian feels he is now very afraid. The two then decide to kiss each other. Rin was about to attack, but was teleported back to the mage's place. She thinks he is planning to return the lotus flowers to that goddess, but he has his own beliefs and wants her not to doubt his decision. Meanwhile, Luna has found the location of the rebel leader. The leader believes that even if he dies, there will be many other rebels, but Luna has killed the leader's comrades. She will let the leader live as a warning to those who intend to rebel, because there are many martyrs, but would anyone dare to watch their comrades or family die? Marana has now received the box containing the lotus flowers. Invoker has locked the box, and it will open when the Dark Moon Goddess's army withdraws from elf territory. She has accepted and Rin will be their guide. Both still hold grudges but respect Invoker and follow the agreement. Invoker also realizes that Davian hasn't told anyone about him dying when the dragon awakens, so he keeps quiet for him. He will go with Marana and return to find him when she has finished her task. So Invoker gave him a suit of armor to help him fight in case he turns into a monstrous form and is naked when he returns to human form. Luna has now returned to meet the goddess, and she is dissatisfied with Luna's cruel actions. But she believes Luna will find a way to make her forgive. As for Invoker, he has now contacted Terrorblade to propose a deal. Not long after, Invoker went by himself to face one of the pillar dragons. He confronts the ocean dragon and begins to bind it with his magic. After a struggle, he has tamed it, but his body is also exhausted. As for Davian, in the time after that, he almost couldn't sleep due to dreams of him being swallowed by the dragon if he transforms. The next day, Marana came to tease Davian like a normal lover, but he was just depressed and said he was about to die. She thought Davian was joking because he just woke up from being drunk. She then turned to pack up, while Rin came to tease Davian about arguing with his girlfriend. On the way, Rin constantly joked with Davian, making Marana somewhat jealous. Davian realized this, so he came to comfort his girlfriend. Suddenly, he moves forward and tells the group to stand still. He detected some wind dragons, so he told everyone to stand close together to avoid being discovered by them. He then realized this was the dragon's hunting ground. These hunt based on their prey's movements, so they should sneak and stand still when the dragons show signs of movement. But it's better to find shelter to avoid being caught by them. As for Invoker at this time, he is exhausted and remembering his daughter from years ago. He had brought her here, given her a flower field, and created this tower to be their home. He noticed red spots on his daughter's hand and asked how long this had been happening. The little girl said it was since she left her mother, which worried him greatly. He wasn't sure what illness she had, but had to try to find a way to cure it. In the time after that, he immersed himself in research to find a cure, but his efforts seemed to lead nowhere. Back to Davian's group, after escaping the dragons, they decided to set up camp to rest in the forest. Mirana now starts to show jealousy about Davian always talking to Rin. While setting up camp, Rin thinks Davian is lucky to have a girlfriend accompanying him, but he only admits that one of the two girls is his girlfriend. Rin told about how she once had a group of lovers, but they were all killed by people from the Night Silver Woods. Mirana got angry, claiming this was Rin's own fault, as she had stolen the lotus flowers and triggered everything. The two girls were about to shed blood when Davian stopped them. Rin then left and Davian scolded Mirana for not telling him anything about the two of them knowing each other from before. Originally, Mirana wanted to wait and see if Rin was hiding anything, but Davian blamed her for not telling him earlier. She tried to explain, but he had barely paid attention to her throughout the journey. She asked why he had been silent with her throughout the trip, but he didn't answer and went to find Rin before she encountered any dragons. He went to call Rin because he knew she was hiding nearby. He believes Mirana had no ill intentions and advises her to return to the camp because they've lost enough already. Mirana then confided in Marseille, but Marseille had already gone to sleep, so she also rested. Davian lay outside keeping watch for a while, then also slept, and Rin had been eyeing the box containing the lotus flowers in there. Back to Invoker's story, he had almost no way to cure his daughter, until one day, he discovered his daughter had found a type of flower that instead of facing the sun, faced the moon. He realized what he needed to do, which was to bring his daughter to meet her mother, who is the Dark Moon Goddess. Back to Davian, Mirana has informed him that Rin has once again stolen the lotus flowers. She has gone into the territory of the air dragons, but there's no need to worry because Rin is very difficult to catch. Rin has now run to the river and was soon discovered by the dragons. Their strength is speed, so they dive down very quickly. Rin must quickly run to the darkness because she has the ability to teleport a short distance if in darkness. But just as she hid in the shadows, she dropped the box, so she had to go back to get it and was chased by dragons. She then discovered a cave, so she aimed for it. Davian then discovered Rin running to the cave, so he decided to run in to help, because it was a dragon's nest, not a normal cave. Mirana then had to stay outside to deal with some dragons, while Davian had run into the cave and saw a dragon fly by. He hid to let it fly past before chasing after. Rin at this time had to hide in a small hollow, and Davian quickly rushed over and wanted to clear a path for her to run. But she refused, so he also had to squeeze into that hollow to hide with her. He wanted to keep the box so she could escape, but she refused, so he wondered if this box was worth her life, and she truly was ready to die for this thing. So he decided to stay here and die with her. He started to reason with Rin, and she decided to give the box back to him to keep. She then teleported outside and threw dragon eggs to lure them elsewhere. Davian also soon went out, but the dragon had returned, forcing him to confront it. But they didn't dare come close because they saw the fire dragon inside him. He then went outside and met Mirana again. He knew he shouldn't hide from her anymore. Originally, he was afraid she would have to bear his burden, but he didn't want to hide from her anymore. He told her about how he would die if the dragon escaped again. The group then continued on their journey, and Mirana confronted Rin. The two girls decided to travel together out of respect for Davian. We returned to Invoker, who years ago had brought his daughter to the Dark Moon Goddess to ask for her help in curing the girl. Although faced with a seriously ill child, she wanted a condition that both father and daughter must worship and love her as a goddess. Though Invoker had humbled himself to accept, the little girl refused. She loved her as a mother, not as a goddess. She loved her, but would not worship her. So the goddess left despite Invoker's desperate pleas, and now he has drained the life force of everything around him to recover himself. Not long after, we meet Cadden again. He had entered the air dragon's cave and dealt with them swiftly. He discovered Davian had passed through here, so he told his people to move gradually northward. Davian's group has now found the scene of hanged elf corpses. Rin went up to cut the ropes for them so Mirana could bury them properly. They then came to a village that had been attacked by people from the Night Silver Woods. The army quickly rushed out and fortunately recognized Marana as their princess, so they let the group pass. They then arrived at the camp and Marana met Luna again. She brought the box inside to confront Luna. The two had never liked each other, so Luna kept claiming that it was Marana's weakness that had caused so many calamities as now. But Marana argued that the current suffering was due to Luna's cold-blooded nature. After enough bickering, Marana brought out the box and stated Invoker's condition. Luna seemed not to trust it much. Meanwhile, Rin and Davian realized they were being held by the soldiers. Rin could escape, but Davian didn't want to. She also couldn't leave because she couldn't abandon her people. Luna then went to report to the goddess and returned to tell Marana that tomorrow they would accept Invoker's condition and withdraw their troops. Back to Davian, knowing he was about to part with Marana, he was practicing his farewell words. But Marcy came to give him a goodbye hug. He then went inside to ask Marana if she really wanted to return to the Night Silver Woods. She still believed the goddess needed her. Davian said he would leave, although Marana thought he could come to the Night Silver Woods with her. But he believed he was beyond cure and didn't want to harm the place she loved. He then said that if she ever needed him, she should contact him and he would come to help. Meanwhile, Rin had sneaked into the prison to find the commander of the previous rebellion. She apologized for stealing the lotus flowers which caused such losses. She was trying to fix everything, but the resistance leader was too discouraged. She had accepted the fact that the Night Silver Woods was the winning side. The elf had been hiding for a long time and taught humans about their dangers so humans wouldn't bother them. But now they were the rulers and stronger, while the elf were slowly dying. The soldiers then heard voices and came in, but Rin had already escaped. She looked at the children gradually being corrupted into followers of the Dark Moon Goddess, felt disappointed and left with David. Meanwhile, Marana and Luna had taken the box and brought it up to start unlocking it. As soon as they offered it to the goddess, the box opened and the flowers were suddenly sucked up into the sky. The blessing of the goddess of the Night Silver Woods army had disappeared, and the elf army knew it. Marana knew war was about to break out, so she requested a ceasefire and said her side would withdraw. But the elf had lost too much, and now they wanted revenge. This whole scene was orchestrated by Invoker, and what he wanted was revenge on the goddess who had abandoned his daughter. Meanwhile, in the temple of the Dark Moon Goddess, the High Priestess there suddenly transformed and became the demon Terrorblade. He had controlled and turned the followers there into his army. But the goddess had descended and decided to confront Terrorblade. Meanwhile, Rin and Davian had returned to find a chaotic scene here. The two then charged into the battle. At this moment, Luna encounters the leader of the rebel faction. She is confident that she can now fight on par with Luna, who has lost her power from the goddess. However, Luna's fighting ability is still slightly superior as she manages to knock away her opponent's weapon. But at this moment, Rin returns and continuously teleports to slash Luna repeatedly. Luna is weakened by numerous wounds and then collapses. Rin thinks she has avenged her lovers, but her hands are truly stained with blood. Davian has also charged in here and notices Marana. She is coming to heal Luna, so he quickly runs towards her, but he is blocked by many elf. Left with no choice, he removes the necklace given by Invoker to transform into a semi-dragon form. He maintains his sanity as he charges up and then descends with a super powerful strike. Returning to Terrorblade, he keeps mentioning how the goddess abandoned her daughter to provoke her. She realizes that it was Invoker who brought Terrorblade here to torment her, but he and Invoker only have one agreement with each other: the souls of his 7 children in exchange for the soul of this goddess. She then flies up to the magic circle to escape from Terrorblade, but he appears behind her and binds her. He punches her once, pushing her to the ground, and the magic circle above shatters. He reveals that a goddess without love like her is nothing but food for him. She now regrets, but it's too late. As for Davian, he has cleared a path for Marana's group to escape, but right after that, Kaden's dragon hunting group arrives. He has bound Davian. The dragon tells him to release it so they can quickly settle their grudges, but he came for Davian, not for it. He then releases some kind of smoke that turns Davian back into human form. Davian is then taken away, while Rin has taken the sealing rope given by Invoker and runs off to find Davian. Meanwhile, Marana still doesn't know what happened at the temple, but she fears something bad has occurred. Terrorblade has absorbed enough fear from the goddess, so he leaves her and departs. Right after that, Invoker arrives to find her and finish the rest. Devian has now regained consciousness and finds himself in a cage, brought back to Cadden's fortress once again. Rin is still following the group. Invoker has now taken over the temple of the Dark Moon Goddess, and she is imprisoned in the tower where he once lived with his daughter. Invoker has come to find her and believes that she will now be forgotten and lose her power. But she thinks Invoker won't be able to fulfill his deal with Terrorblade, so if he wants, he should resurrect her and restore her to the peak of her power to deal with him. But he doesn't care because what he wants is for the goddess to die in oblivion. Outside, Mirana and Luna are still struggling to leave the forest. The number of soldiers is decreasing day by day, and the number of wounded is increasing. Mirana wants Luna and the soldiers to rest for a while, but Luna almost ignores everything Mirana says. As for Devian, he is now constantly explaining to Cadden and the Knight Commander about how the dragons are not as dangerous as the demon Terrorblade, and that they need to join forces with the dragons to defeat him for now. But cooperating with dragons is the most ridiculous thing for a Dragon Knight, so his words are almost worthless. Cadden now meets his master, this old golden armor. He thinks Cadden has wasted over 20 years of his life to avenge a dragon, but Cadden doesn't see the path he has chosen as a mistake. Cadden then comes to find that Devian has had a piece of flesh taken for experimentation. He has warned the Knight Commander not to hurt Devian to avoid waking the dragon. He now decides to trust Devian and tells him to meet him in the Great Hall when he has recovered. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Nightsilver Woods have found a place to rest tonight. This used to be a temple of the Dark Moon Goddess, but is now abandoned. Luna no longer wants to believe in the goddess, but Mirana still thinks that even though the goddess has disappeared, the soldiers still choose to pray to her. During that time, Rin had come to rescue Devian from prison. Devian asked why she followed him here, and she said that she and Mirana needed him. When he asked about Mirana, he learned that she was temporarily safe. Rin felt guilty about what had happened because she had known about Invoker's plot from the beginning. Devian was shocked when Rin admitted this. He thought that perhaps the Chief Knight was right about not trusting anyone outside the Dragon Knights. He then sent Rin away, and shortly after, the Chief Knight also released Devian. He asked if there was any way to extract the dragon from him, but the Chief Knight wasn't sure and only brought out some notes. These notes revealed that half-human, half-dragon beings like Devian had appeared before, but they were born with dragon genes rather than being possessed like him. However, there was a possibility that he was truly a person of the Dragon Clan, and would never return to his original form. Devian later met his comrade Bram, who admitted he was still a bit worried about Devian's condition. Devian honestly said that he was still in control and would not harm Bram or anyone in the Night Order. He was then taken back to his cell, while Rin remained outside observing the situation, waiting for an opportunity. Cadden later came to call people for a hunt when he suddenly heard that the Chief Knight was calling for him. When he arrived, the Chief Knight asked everyone except Cadden to leave. He revealed that he had just found a formula to turn Devian's blood into a super-strength serum. With this power, they would have the strength and regenerative abilities of dragons, allowing them to exterminate the dragon race to the last one. But Cadden then left, and we learned that this was actually Rin in disguise. She was terrified by the Chief Knight's desire. As for Mirana and Luna, they were now forced to find an escape route as they were about to reach the hunting grounds of the Wind Dragons. Luna decided to split their forces. She would sacrifice herself as bait to allow Mirana to lead the others around and escape this place. Meanwhile, the Chief Knight had consumed a dose of the serum made from Devian's blood. He gained the ability to regenerate and enhance his body as he wanted, but before he could experience it for long, he reverted back to human form. The thirst for power made him want even more serum. Rin then came to find Devian once more and wanted to warn him to leave. He didn't want to believe her, so Rin had to embrace Devian and teleport him away. The Chief Knight was now beginning to suffer side effects from the serum and started vomiting blood. He tried to reach for the vial of blood on the floor, and at that moment, Terrorblade's eyes appeared. Luna was about to reveal herself as bait when she realized Mirana had left before her. Mirana was now facing the battle alone, and she could almost single-handedly deal with all the elf blocking their escape route. She soon returned to Luna, And at the same time, Terrorblade in the Chief Knight's body came to find Davian to reclaim what was rightfully his. The entire fortress began to shake, and outside, a horde of dragons was approaching. The castle then had to defend against these dragons. They were ice dragons, and anyone touched by their flames would be frozen. Once frozen, death was certain. Bram was trying to defend when he realized they had concentrated in one place for a total attack. Bram called for everyone to retreat, but he himself was caught. Cadden rushed out to save Bram, and then turned back to run inside before the gate closed. Meanwhile, Terrorblade revealed that he now had the power to manipulate the dragons. So now, either Davian handed over the fire dragon, or this would be the tomb for him and his comrades. When Davian demanded he return the Chief Knight, Terrorblade said he needn't worry about him because he had been planning to drain Davian's blood to create the power serum. Davian then lunged to attack, forcing Rin to teleport him elsewhere. She believed he shouldn't engage in a battle he couldn't win. When he wanted to live or die with his Dragon Knight brothers, she reminded him that he was the one who had enlightened her about how to value life. After that, an Earth Dragon appeared and chased both of them. The dragon was temporarily stuck, so Davian ran to find weapons. On Mirana's side, she discovered that Luna had been infected due to her wound being exposed for too long. They knew of a nearby fortress and hoped it could treat Luna. The dragons had now started to breach the fortress. The Earth Dragon then came to attack Cadden's group of knights. Cadden told his master to quickly find the Knight Commander and get more weapons to fight them. But Cadden was quickly thrown off by the Earth Dragon. His master rushed out to fight it and managed to cut the Earth Dragon's head in half. But an Ice Dragon was about to attack from behind, causing him to lose focus and allowing the Earth Dragon to revive and bite off half of his body. With only Bram and Cadden left, he told Bram to quickly find the Knight Commander. They both temporarily evaded the dragons and left. Meanwhile, Mirana's group had reached the fortress they were heading to. She had Marcy blow the horn for the other side to open the gate. Once inside, Mirana asked the captain there to let them stay for a while so the soldiers could recover. He couldn't decide, so for now, he just told her to bring the people in for treatment first. She informed him that the elf tribe would soon be here and hoped they were ready to deal with it, but the commander was confident that no one could drag them out of this place. Cadden and Bram had now reached the Knight Commander's room and saw a mess there, but it didn't seem to be caused by dragons. Luna had only received first aid for her wound and needed to rest for a week to recover. But they were now very close to the border and would be easily attacked. Staying longer was dangerous, so Mirana decided they would leave tomorrow. She then went to tell everyone, and they decided to rest well tonight to leave tomorrow. At this moment, the captain came to meet Mirana and said that the commander of this place wanted to see her. She then entered the command room alone and discovered that the real commander here had been killed. The killer was an archer with the ability to turn targets into gold. She was a bounty hunter hired to bring Mirana back. Meanwhile, her soldiers and Marcy outside had been drugged by the soldiers here. Davian had now retrieved his armor and the dragon's shield. The Earth Dragon and Ice Dragon then came to attack, forcing him to use the shield to block, causing the Ice Dragon's attack to hit the Earth Dragon. But another Earth Dragon came. Bram and Cadden had now reached Davian's location. He then swung his sword, cutting through the wall and the Earth Dragon's head. He and Davian then confronted the Earth Dragon, but the Ice Dragon was still flying above, so Davian was thrown up by Cadden to deal with it. Another Ice Dragon appeared, and Davian threw a fire spear at it to take it down. At this moment, Terrorblade arrived. He invaded the minds of all 4 people, starting with Davian. Davian was predetermined to die, but then turned into a horrible thing that only knew how to slaughter. For Rin, she carried many stories about the moon in her head and imagined herself as a goddess, but in reality, she was just a monster. For Bram, he was someone who always fulfilled his duty, but just holding a sword wasn't enough to become a Dragon Knight. For Cadden, he was a lonely person. Out of 30 people who went to battle, only he returned. Terrorblade told them, Davian would bring doom to the Dragon Knights, Rin would only cause more deaths by believing Invoker's lies, Bram would always be overshadowed and die serving others' glory. Cadden was so pathetic that he didn't dare avenge his comrades out of respect for the only brother he trusted. Finally, he gave all 4 a solution to end each person's problem. For Davian to let the dragon possess him, and for the other 3 to change their fate and liberate themselves. He wanted them to let him possess them, but Cadden woke up and rushed to stab him. Terrorblade was disappointed in Cadden, so he threw him into the wall, and he would have fallen off the fortress if Bram hadn't caught him in time. He then started to suck the fire dragon out of Davian, so Rin tried to split herself to attack him. He threw Rin away, so she had to teleport him high up. He then held her tightly to pull her to die together with the Knight Commander. Although she had stabbed his hand to make the Knight Commander's corpse release her, she no longer had the presence of mind to teleport away. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Davian transformed into his dragon form to fly and save her. He then flew off to deal with the remaining dragons, but at that moment, a girl riding a dragon named Rylai arrived to help the whole group escape. Davian wanted to go alone to handle the chaos that Terrorblade had caused, but Cadden thought that him separating and going alone was exactly what Terrorblade wanted. Hearing this, he reluctantly decided to go with Cadden's group. Meanwhile, Mirana had been separated from her soldiers and Marseille. The two sides were being transported in different vehicles, and because Luna also had a bounty on her head, the hunter allowed her to go with Luna. Mirana's mount, noticing its master was in trouble, immediately ran after her. At the same time, Invoker had come to find the Dragon of Chaos to awaken it. The dragons gathered together once again, and they called on each other to rise up and fight against Terrorblade. They had been too complacent, and now were forced to fight back. The Chaos Dragon then still thought its companions were all talk and no action, so it created a big explosion, and then sent the souls of those dragons to Invoker. However, Invoker then turned on it and struck it with an extremely powerful blow. As for Davian, he realized that the Dragon Tooth necklace had been left behind in the fortress. Rylai and her dragon then took them back to the cave, and Rylai revealed that Cadden now owed her for the second time. Rin noticed that Davian seemed to be in the mood of someone who had suffered a loss and couldn't accept it. He still tried to act like he was fine. He asked if Rin was hurt anywhere, but she wanted him to never keep the thought in his head that he would harm her if he transformed into that half-dragon form. Bram, while walking around the cave, found a library. Rylai's dragon came by, and it was revealed to be the author of these books. Back to Mirana, Luna had been taken away elsewhere while she was brought back to the palace, which used to be her home. She then saw her father's sword, ran up to cut her bonds, and threw the sword to cut down the chandelier and escape. But she quickly encountered the Viceroy, who had once taken care of her. She was disappointed that he had once served her father, and now was serving her uncle who was trying to kidnap her. But he was serving her uncle according to the last wishes her father left behind. He then wanted her to just stay here where she would be safe. Luna, at this time, had been imprisoned and immediately demonstrated that she was the strongest person there by punching out the prison boss's mouth. A hairy old man named Rico then came to Luna and suggested that she had just made a mistake, as from now on she would have to sleep on high alert. But she wasn't afraid of anyone in there, so whoever wanted to come, she was ready to face them. Cadden now thought they needed to reclaim the fortress from the dragons soon because they needed the weapons inside. He wanted to gather more people, but Davian thought they shouldn't delay anymore, because Terrorblade was strong enough to defeat even the king of the Earth Dragons, so gathering more people would be useless. But Cadden didn't want the beast inside Davian to escape again. The two then argued, and neither would listen to the other's opinion. Rylai then had to go meet Cadden because she heard the story from Bram. She thought that sometimes Cadden shouldn't be too dictatorial because it seemed Davian really needed what he had lost. Davian then wandered around the cave and accidentally found a soul stone. It attracted him and Rin had to come wake him up. Davian then went to ask Rylai's dragon, and she revealed that she used to be near and guard that soul stone because she was attracted to it. But after a long sleep, she saw the changes in humans. From then on, she stayed away from the soul stone and started writing books and reciting poetry to experience life. She believed Davian should also interact with that soul stone, and maybe it would really tell him the answer he wanted. Invoker had now sealed the souls of the dragons in different eggs. The Dark Moon Goddess was still walking around the tower, and beginning to remember her lost daughter. As for Mirana, she met her uncle again and felt no joy at all. She hated her uncle because she believed he had killed her parents to seize the throne, and now he was bringing her back to be a symbol to call people to unification. Her uncle then left, and the Viceroy informed her that since her father's death, there had been internal division in the country. She refused to help her uncle because she would gain nothing from this. Moreover, Luna and the soldiers of the Dark Moon Forest would also have to die because they were seen as enemies of the public, as this country worshipped the sun, not the moon. Luna was now in pain and struggling. The prison boss came back to settle scores with her. In fact, they had known each other from 15 years ago, and the boss was very resentful because she had left them behind and escaped back then. But she still managed to take down 2 men on her own and was caught from behind by the boss. However, Old Man Rico came to help Luna, and she asked the boss if he wanted to join her team or not. Bram was sitting in thought when the Dragon Lady approached. She saw that Bram was different from other Dragon Knights. He thought he wasn't a Dragon Knight, but just a side character in someone else's story. She then gave Bram a ring and whipped her tail at him. A shield was created, helping Bram block the attack. She then wanted Bram to attack her with anything, and he threw a book. She rolled over in defeat and said that now Bram was a true Dragon Knight. Davian had come with Rin to the Soul Stone. He was still unsure whether he was Davian, a Dragon Knight, or a monster in this body. But Rin thought he had to walk in the darkness to see the light, meaning she wanted him to approach the Soul Stone and look inside himself to find the answer. As soon as he touched the Soul Stone, he met the Fire Dragon again. It told him that he and it were now one. Its blood flowed in him as his blood flowed in it. It had always been singing to him about how to defeat Terrorblade, but he couldn't hear. So now it would say briefly, he must find the relic of the Sun God, the Eye of the World. He then knew who he was and what he needed to do, so he gathered everyone and told them about the Sun God's relic. Rylai knew the place because it used to be her homeland until the Sun God took it over. He then realized that the Sun God's relic was related to Marana. Marana had now called the Viceroy to meet. She had thought carefully and decided to accept her uncle's request. Marana then went to find her uncle, who was planning to organize a national wedding for Marana. But she thought that since she had agreed to his conditions, now he had to agree to hers. He wanted a wedding, but she wanted an army. Meanwhile, the goddess had blamed Invoker for poisoning their daughter with his hatred for her. But he thought that their daughter had never hated her. The child had always longed for the day her mother would return. She loved her mother until her death. As for Rin, she now heard that her tribe's people were about to go to war, so she had to return to prevent it and couldn't continue with Davian. But he believed he was fine and let her leave. She then disguised herself and snuck onto a caravan to leave. As for Davian, he had planned with Cadden, and Cadden had given Bram a teleportation scroll so that as soon as Davian got the relic, he could quickly join forces with Cadden. Cadden said directly that his teammates had been killed by the creature inside Davian, so he would never trust it, but Davian should do what he had to do. Rylai then gave Davian a coin and told him to go find her sister, who would help him meet the king. He then went to Bram to see how preparations were going. Bram had finished preparing to go with him. Davian promised to protect Bram if he was eaten by the Dragon Lady, but she would never eat Bram because she considered him her life partner. Bram only now realized that the ring he was given was an engagement ring. That night, a group of people from the elf tribe came to a dam near a human village to attack. They destroyed the dam and caused the entire village to be submerged in water. The next day, Marana went to meet with the kingdom's council. They told her directly that they would still treat her as a princess and follow proper etiquette, but she would have no authority in this room at all. The female general later heard about the elf tribe planning to attack them, but they just needed to strengthen their defenses and let the elf tribe abandon their attack plans. However, Marana believed that once the elf tribe restored their dragon veins, they would appoint a new goddess, and at that point, they would be defeated, so the priority was still to attack first. The general rejected Marana's opinion and suggested that she was just trying to prevent her own goddess from disappearing, and they didn't need to invade that forest. Marana dismissed her and then went to complain to the vice-general. She thought that the female general had never known the harshness of a real battle, and the only thing she had was wealth. The vice-general thought that she had just made more enemies for herself and was as impetuous as her father before. Unwise actions would bring nothing, but Marana would rather act unwisely than do nothing at all. Meanwhile, in the prison, Luna had spent a day observing the behavior and guarding schedules of the guards. When she had enough information, she went to meet Rico and the boss's group to start planning. That evening, the Dragon Lady had brought Davian and Bram to the outside of the Sun God's kingdom. She then transformed into human form to enter with them. At the same time, Marana had gone to meet the viceroy, and she thought that this country no longer needed a princess like her. However, life had taught her that to succeed, she needed help, and she needed him to teach her so she wouldn't follow in her father's footsteps from years ago. At that time, Devian's group had found Rylai's older sister and just met her. Davian and she seemed to have some familiar feeling. She then heard about Davian's group's story and led the whole group inside. At the same time, Invoker had met Terrorblade again. He thought that Invoker still hadn't delivered all 7 dragon souls to him, but Invoker only had the obligation to collect them, not to give him all of them. He knew well that Invoker was a cunning person, and that cunningness made no one able to touch him. However, he understood Invoker's nature, that he was just a lonely person. Although he had made deals with Invoker in all spaces, Invoker always lied and changed the terms blatantly. But he still believed that everything was under his control. He had mentioned Rin, and he knew her real name and where she was born, and soon Invoker would have to beg him to take away the dragon souls. Davian had now reached an agreement with Rylai's older sister. She promised to take him to meet the king to ask about the relic. However, she wasn't sure if he would be able to get the relic easily, but Davian believed that no one could refuse a dragon knight. However, that very night, Luna and the prisoners had started to rise up to escape. They had taken over the prison elevator, and Rico had sneaked into the control room to bring them up. Soldiers were waiting up here to attack the elevator, but those inside had used the soldiers down there as shields. As soon as they escaped, Rylai's older sister had seen flares being shot up and decided to handle it. She then went down to the street and started to burn the escaping prisoners. Luna and Rico then changed direction to the castle to rescue Marana. Davian discovered her, so he chased after her. Bram also followed, but was blocked by fire. Davian was catching up when suddenly Rico punched him, but Luna spoke up to help him so he could go along. The 3 of them then found Marana's location and wanted her to leave, but she had refused because she had decided to stay. Davian also went in, and before he could advise Marana, she had been shot by a golden arrow from that bounty hunter. Soldiers began to arrive, so Rico had to take Luna away from there. Luna decided to create a war to avenge Marana. And Davian, who stayed behind, was now seen as the one who had harmed their princess Marana. He didn't want to defend himself, so he resigned to being tied up. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Goddess had begun to regret not trying to save her daughter years ago. She regretted that she couldn't do anything, but Invoker thought that she didn't even intend to try to save her daughter. Everything that happened to her from the beginning was because Rin had stolen the flowers, and soon she would become the goddess in her place. Rin was now with a caravan crossing the mountains when they were suddenly attacked by the elf tribe. She couldn't watch the people being killed anymore, so she stood up to stop her tribesmen. But her efforts were in vain, and in the end, only a father and child she protected survived. But the father was also afraid because she was of the same tribe as the savages who killed people. Meanwhile, Rylai's older sister, also known as Lena, had returned and exonerated Davian because she knew he wasn't the one who had harmed Marana. Davian had shown Lena the position where Luna had predicted the shooter of Marana was. He had never seen anyone shoot as far as Marana herself. Marana was now dreaming about her past. She had once been very arrogant until she met Marcy. At that time, Marcy looked quite wretched and could no longer speak. The Dragon Lady had now examined Marana and found that her survival was a miracle, because that arrow was certainly capable of killing her, but she had survived somehow miraculously. Continuing with Marana's past, she remembered when her father king taught her the lessons that a king needs to know, that sometimes they should know how to turn a blind eye. She was then told that Marcy would now become her servant, and thanks to her father's lesson, she decided to treat Marcy more as a friend than a servant. Meanwhile, Marana's uncle wanted the viceroy to find someone to blame for the princess's assassination, because now they couldn't send someone to catch that bounty hunter. So the uncle needed someone to blame and execute publicly. Luna, in the meantime, had followed Rico to a place to hire bounty hunters.
seeing people from my city being so fucking stupid.
He already knew what it was. He said, man, to you.
beans. I treat smart niggas like ducks. Long story short, a nigga. I cannot be touched. Can I slip up? Can't get on bush. Can't go outside. Can't get out far. I seek to see girl on the arm. She left with her tag in his glove box. Katie patient. He might spank him next year or tomorrow. I took my homie Dumbo Glock cause he went out like cheddar bar. Yeah, bitch, I had the shit on for these phones in my garage. Yeah, bitch, you lost faith in me. Named after one of my cars. Well, y'all stole on steel paw stuff. It's outside picker jars. And my Drake jam on me, we beefing. I'ma turn kids to Lamar. He got it caught flipped on Lamar. Died with his gun, he couldn't even shoot. I'm CEO, I cannot go. Even my strikers bulletproof. All my hoes from Memphis still allowed to call me Mr. Pooh. 7 phones, wrong goal, my first day out, damn fool. Brr. Roof stand, nigga. Hey, FDO, FTL, first day out, bitch. Fuck the feds, walked out the jail. I saw 6 phones. I just got out the bunk bed, 3 million cash. Can't fit in my hand, they sit some on my head. They come put that pussy on me, bitch. I'm fresh from out the feds. I say fresh from out the feds, baby. Come put that pussy on me. Turn this fuck in the strip club, ran out of one, start throwing hundreds. Nigga, I came from the shit. The whole world been waiting on me. Took that knife all the way to R&D, gave it to my little homie, nigga. Ain't no more Mufasa, Mr. Golden. I can't jet the journey. Ain't no more outfits from Southland Mall. This set up made in London. Couple hoes jumped off my bed, majority waited on me. She just acting faithful to you till I get home. Trust me, homie, feeling patient. I might do a demonstration off GP. I ain't shot nothing in like 4 years. I ain't sent a hit in 3. Don't let Drake first go to your head. Ain't nobody slime as me. I'm the one from around the corner where they snake Martin Luther King. Yeah, aggressive, out of traffic, cause Hank ain't in the back seat. And where I go is cars trailing, cause reckless ain't driving me. I get mad when I look around and my members ain't what they supposed to be. Whole war going on, I'm stuck in a cage, it drove me crazy. 30, patting me that Drake. Some bitch ass out my face, unfortunately, I'm CEO and the top shooter for my game. My grandma told me to keep my grass low the whole time I'm the snake. Smell this pop from like 3 miles away, he can't outsnake a snake. I ain't choose the street, they chose me, stepping on shit my lane. I ain't choose the rap, it chose me, my name ain't too much weight. Type influence, I got where I'm from, got your guy that told the Drake. When you meet me, you gon' get real motivated. Same day, don't tell y'all play it out, go get your favorite bullet on your face. Do not rap when I'm told, I rap when I got shit to say. SF90, I'm allergic to Corvettes, fuck a C8. It's a F8, not a C8, nigga. Mastery edition, in the May, oh my god, what happened to the Virgil edition? In the Ray, wide body, coloring in black badge edition. In the same scat pack since I left that man, you stuck little nigga. We all on the race to the top, these niggas still can't get no bigger. I got Richard Wild in jail, locked in the feds, out doing niggas. Now my watch got on the watch, my chain got more chain than you niggas. Ain't no such thing as real niggas, but I'm damn sure ain't counterfeit. P10M's in the bank, then when Fed got penitentiary. Order Ferraris, off a jail call on real rich. Make sure she cover my name up if you plan on keeping the bitch. I signed the deal and went to jail, they ain't even seen me pop my shit. I'm just not buying the chain, they say my name, I been bullshit. My niggas die while the chains get back gang, I'm right back for revenge. I just way more colder, every 8 hours I'm changing fit. Every 7 I change the bitch, number forms when we change lanes. Good boy, all these Jews I drop, how you ain't make a change? He ain't dead, but I got niggas in the fair smoking Lil Wayne. Soon I see my Memphis homies, hey man, they say man, I had 9M to my name, making cheese out your brains, reorganize my whole gang. On Sundays we work on our aim, niggas run on the 13, I'm bopping out with a new chain. I heard street niggas getting tummy tuck, told you these rappers lame. In my cell I did 1,000 burpees, I toned up my frame, 50 suit on, 50 cap turned backwards, Richard Miller playing. Them steppers he got them served, they weren't doing it for the same. See my dad in my first code D jumped in the streets, he showed me lane. My dad a killer, but you ain't, you just like Bronny James. Afterwards she want my kids, she told me grab the brush and paint. So I ain't right at her forehead and tried to spell out my name. I got locked, nigga dropped $1 million worth all around my game. Please tell me that shit fell about they pocket skinny, man. Please tell these rap niggas saying better without permission, that they stealing. Memphis minutes, kids say no to drugs and they don't right to killing. She choose but her lips ain't move, I read her eyes, they said pills. He pay on least likely some pimping, but I'm more likely a bastard. Super shiesty, crooked letter, David Banner. In the trap, feeling like old dog watching hits I did on camera. Out on paper, with a 920 22 G sitting on my counter. Mud on paper, with a full of ARP sitting on the counter. Hey, you think you got more shots than CG? Come and try your luck. You ain't never bought no crate or no grenade. Shut the fuck up. I just order a gun store. Nobody ain't got more chops than us. 901-375-0762. Call my bluff. I treat a player like a player. And the custom like a club. You need to treat your glizzy like a collar shirt and bun it up. I treat gangsters like civilians. I treat smart niggas like ducks. Long story short, short story shorter, nigga. I cannot be touched, cannot slip up, can't get on bush, can't go outside, can't get off far. I see the C girl on the arm, she left her tag in his glove box. Can't be patient, he might spank him next year or tomorrow. I took my homie Dumbo Glock cause he went out like cheddar ball. Like, yeah, bitch, I had the shit on for these pawns in my garage. Yeah, bitch, you lost faith in me, named after one of my cars. But y'all stole on steel parts stuff, it's outside picker jars. And my Drake jam on me, we beefing. I'ma turn Kendrick Lamar. He got his car flipped on Lamar, died with his gun, he couldn't even shoot. I'm CEO, I cannot go, even my strikers bulletproof. All my hoes from Memphis still allowed to call me Mr. Pooh. 7 forms, rose gold, my first day out, down fool. Roots there, nigga. Hey, FDL, first day out, bitch. Fuck the fed, walked out the jail. I saw 6 forms. I just got out the bunk bed, 3 million cash. Can't fit in my hand, then sit some on my head. They come put that pussy on me, bitch. I'm fresh from out the fed. I say fresh from out the fed, baby. Come put that pussy on me. Turn this fuck in the strip club, ran out of water, start throwing honey. Nigga, I came from the shit. The whole world been waiting on me. Took that knife all the way to R&D, gave it to my little homie, nigga. Ain't no more Mufasa, Mr. Golden. I catch just the journey. Ain't no more outfits from Southland Mall. They set up made in line. Couple hoes jumped on my bed, majority waited on me. She just acting faithful to you till I get home. Trust me, homie, feeling patient. I might do a demonstration off GP. I ain't seen nothing in like 4 years. I ain't sent the hit in 3. Don't let that verse go to your. My life was fairly high, but I don't give a fuck. I got Cosmo in my pocket and this Wonder in my cup. I like my wood just like her eyebrow. Fresh wax and tint it up. I count my money, grab my strap, and I thank God when I get up. My gym full like Angel Reese, not the best model, but it's shoot. I was skipping class to get some cash while you was playing Kahoot. You the type to go run up a check and buy that hoe some shoes. Only for what she can get from me is if she get the boot. All these beats with no respect, them crackers say I'm cold as heck. My nigga down to touch the 100 ball off clear and stole a check. I'm on the run, I don't see none of y'all, they wanna know what's next. I'm in that mode, yeah, this shit fun and all, but why I ain't blow yet? My life was fairly odd, but I don't give a fuck. I got Cosmo in my pocket and this Wanda in my cup. I like my wood just like her eyebrow. Fresh wax and tint it up. I count my money, grab my strap, and I thank God when I get up. I'll be better bottles with my Civic cup. Drop a band when
I think on the shoulder crazy.
Now my hand fitted up. Now my pockets filled with blue. I pop it for my fan. I ain't popping if I'm blue. I don't need stop at red.
I thought I was at the beginning. He was gone.
My life was fairly odd, but I don't give a fuck. I got Cosmo in my pocket and this Wanda in my cup. I like my wood just like her eyebrow. Fresh wax and tint it up. I count my money, grab my strap, and I thank God when I get up. My gym full like Angel Reese, not the best model, but it's shoot. I was skipping class to get some cash while you was playing Kahoot. You the type to go run up a check and buy that hoe some shoes. Only for what she can get from me is if she get the boot. All these beats with no respect. Them crackers say I'm cold as heck. My nigga down to touch the 100 ball off clear and stole a check. I'm on the run, I don't see none of y'all, they wanna know what's next. I'm in that mode, yeah, this shit fun and all, but why I ain't blow yet? My life was fairly odd, but I don't give a fuck. I got Cosmo in my pocket and this Wanda in my cup. I like my wood just like her eyebrow. Fresh wax and tint it up. I count my money, grab my strap, and I thank God when I get up. I'll be better bottles with my Civic cup. Drop a band when I get mad, I just put a fitted up. Now my hand fitted up. Now my pockets filled with blue. I pop it for my fan, I ain't popping if I'm blue. I don't need stop at reds, I ain't stopping shit for you. She want me to hit the crib, I'm still rocking in the stove. I ain't really got no friend, it just bring me in tow. And I still talk of the butt, sorry, it was me and you. My life was fairly odd and I don't give a damn. I was up putting out in the grand, I'm but a sport and I like ham. Now everybody bitch be on my Instagram. I always bust a chopper quick, call me a mini man. My life was fairly odd, but I don't give a fuck. I got Cosmo in my pocket and this Wanda in my cup. I like my wood just like her eyebrow. Fresh wax and tint it up. I count my money, grab my strap, and I thank God when I get up. I like my bitch rich, AP paid, boost little bitch with an egg. I pop in the head, lay that air looking way too fat, let me grab it, stab it, twist it on all that pad it. Sing to the pussy, might get mad at it. He never tried, go and take a step back. Came up again, everybody mad at me. I remember when everybody laughed at me, now they hold till they fall, now they throw the last at me. Count out the law, I close in the stack, you can tell I step, I'm a motherfucking cash at. I don't need pour up green, I blues in the stack, known as I'm a cash at. I don't even got no zeal. I don't even got no zeal. People steady asking for hell. Need to go help yourself. And I'm posted up in the L. This place in the shell. And I smoke a big 3-5 and the big lose me. I don't smoke no elbow. Pussy boy, I was in the elbow. One bottle on my elbow. Oh, you ain't got your weed up. Pussy, you go and sell me. I don't get 2, not 3, 4. Step on his head like shell toe. Trust it, make a big freeze up. Is he a killer? Hell no. Live for your laws, I fucking hate them. I can't fly in here with my gun. I'm like, how the hell y'all got messed up? light. And I smoke a big 3-5 in the bedrooms. We all smoke no L, bro. What's the boy house in the L, bro? One by the whole my L, bro. Too sexy for this money. Too sexy to be out running. Baby, I'm 3-6. It's a green light. I just seen 3 ticks. I'm in Texas, right with a Lexus. Roll one truck. This is not no Lexus. Don't forget the car. It's not getting naked. In the kitchen daily, but I ain't cooking bacon. Working sexy out. Man, if I start ahead, they all got a sexy mouth. Whole bunch of killer women came from the south. You look like a dirty bitch by what came out your mouth. I'm too clean. She too nasty. I'm too bougie. She too ratchet. She got cups and I got bags. So many songs like who he nanny. I'm too still. She too groovy. Say I look like a white boy out the movie. Look like Shaggy. Dog like Scooby. I caught him in a well, fade him up like Boosie. And I pee. Turn 9 green. What you doing there? They don't man that bitch. Got a switch in the drum. Got drums in the mix. So you better not run. When I boot up in this bitch. Let me see what you want to do. Baby, tell me what you searching for. I'ma come so dark, I don't know where my mind. You couldn't even search me up. Baby, come here around for. I don't care who you around for. And I'm about 13, that boy see that puss on my ass for. Too sexy for this money. Too sexy to be out running. Baby, I'm 3-6. It's a green light. I just seen 3 ticks. I'm in Texas, right with a Lexus. Roll one truck. This is not no Lexus. Don't get the girl. It's not getting naked. In the kitchen daily, but I ain't cooking bacon. This too red tail like a week. Bitch, I been fan. No, I'm rolled up rich. I can need mouth, she tweaking. Talk to grab a baby or call that Uncle Rich. Yeah, no dick. She getting tricky, even red in the bitty. Hit her crashed out, should've seen that. Come white, Dougie on gray when I hit and jumped in. She say she ain't never been cranked by a curtain like that. Beat it up, put my thumb in. Pop out anywhere, he ain't in the club with it. Mad about a bitch, I ain't get had no fun with it. Tryna go to war, I ain't finna tug with it. Fuck, push a piece, I ain't got no run for it. I'm talking about a kill, we just go and kill quicker than a bitch. Little cook, probably take a dump for it. I'm looking for a thought, why I can't hug hard. She like, how digger out, you should be my slut more. She calling my phone while we on fuck more. They keep telling me I need to chill, what the fuck for? Fuck a 3-way, I'm tryna fuck 4. 3-5 a pain, feeling like my lungs gone. Beat a bitch back, in the back, I'm done. Bitch turn around, her back to the song. She like, damn, baby, take it too long. Pill got me up for 22 songs. Try to jump, I need 22 phones. Been my trap on Taylor Swift. Been my trap on Taylor Swift. 5 money bags, what she selling me. This my shit, this my shit, this my shit. This my shit, this my shit, this my shit. This my little shit, this my little shit, this my little shit. That my little shit, that my little shit. This drink got banana, B, A-N-A-N-A, yeah. 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 Having trouble trying to sleep. ARP inside my gym, I can't even barely cross the street. What? Look. What they talking about? They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. Huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Alright. What they talking about? They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. Huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Peekaboo, I just put them boogers in my chain. Peekaboo, 80 pointers like a Kobe game. Peekaboo, 762s will make a plane. Peekaboo, popping out when I smell my name. Peekaboo, picking phones on the 4-5. Peekaboo, catching pepper here from doing pasta. Peekaboo, why you acting tough on IG Live? Peekaboo, you know my little niggas off they rocker. Peekaboo, proud bitch, just that nigga chicken cheese. Peekaboo, let me FaceTime my op, bitch, I'm up the street. Peekaboo, yes, easy, I'm putting something to sleep. Peekaboo, on the ground, I praise God, I start stumping feet. Peekaboo, the 10 on this face, bitch, my shooter clean. Peekaboo, I hit it from the back, I told her move her hand. Peekaboo, inside my thumb, man, where her up at. Peekaboo, we a pop, I'm a dot, just don't look back. What they talking about? They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. They talking about nothing. Huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Hey, that's my bitch. Hey, that's my bitch. Hey, with all that fake shit. Hey, ain't the one to play with. Hey, till I found a line, double pork, all that change. Mr. Get up on your man. If you get disrespect, you better follow up with hands. Losses to the neck, but now the trophy, that's what I'm saying. Like, boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. The type of shit I'm on, you wouldn't understand. The type of skits I'm on, you wouldn't understand. Big dog business, I would not hold your hand. Big business, I cannot be your man. Never got a ass whooping to me, open up that can. Damn, I ain't who me dance on the scene. G and freak, bitch, I like my Mac touching yams. Pay that option around me, I'm a 10 turn it off. Her what happened to your man, not sorry for the loss. Should've prayed for the shoes, came and nailed to the car. I let your boy get a pass, bitch, you lucky you soft. What they talking about, bitch, 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 what huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Alright, what they talking about, bitch, 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 huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Peekaboo. Barrels and clips, all night long. They probably gun me down by the end of the song. Seem like the whole city go against me. Every time I'm in the street, I hear yeah. Man down, where you from? I got a stomach to pay, I be more than I cherish me. Opening to me, feelings and pop. I see niggas in this bitch, starting having bottles, getting drunk with these bitches, and when they leave, they get followed. Fall asleep with that bitch, they really don't know much about her. She let us in, we take all of your shit, and when you wake up, she help you try to burn it up. I be with bitches, that be with bitches, that be with niggas with bitches. I tell her get him, she say I got you. I say no bitch, I say get him. And they so pretty, and they have nothing, he hit it and sleep on the titties. And she give us the word, we come through with their cases to stick up, she skin like a victim like you. Feeling so silly, I smoke color purple, I'm up in here feeling like silly. Ooh, that big ass dress, what's that you say? Watch your mouth Millie Vanilli. Ooh, you can get snaked, you can get faced. Out by the bitch that you feeling, cause you thought she was an angel, that bitch ain't no angel. I treat her halo like a frisbee and you tell her your business, she tell me your business. You tell that bitch what you feeling, all of the bitch you be spilling to you, she like through her T-cavity feeling. She know where you had it, tell me where it's hidden. She know when you gone, tell me when the bitch and we breaking your home. And take the specific to me while the bitch is on vacation with him so she don't get blamed. We don't slash chains, we run out of dresses, and we don't need messes. You only know that it's gone when you check it. Then your first thought is to start second guessing. She said what's wrong, he say nothing, keep resting. She said what's missing, how you know something missing. He scratched his head, she said get back in bed. And she gave him some head, boy you can't touch the bitches. Then she say ooh, I see it.
I remember this one time going to jockey, eating wild, pull up with some matches. Niggas thought I was low, not hide it. I do it to the show's reaction. Marty B doing what? Imagine. I was the low. Jimmy Cook with him, his king, and I had me leaving me on time. Marty B got beating out left with his side. Seeing the game, we making it passion. I hit a silence and I got dodging. Be out to the wild. That's an exaggerate. Don't get a lot. I never exaggerate. We got the reminiscing every side. They don't forget it. So now every time we'll lose, you hear me, look at the dog. But they don't know how to rock. Most of these niggas really scared to fly. They get a shot so they stay in the house, they don't wanna link up, but we on close by. Why they move when they still gonna do nothing? Should be ashamed out of we ain't die. They got the pussy niggas with the moves. I ain't gonna lie, that's bad my time. Jamari got spots for water, he jogging. KG Ravens, you know I was crying. G got a nigga, he don't know tired. Been in the skinny, he didn't want static. He saw the couch, he felt fantastic. Look over his face, orderly fast, one team with the rock. I was a back. Who that right there? Niggas out of me throwing my glasses. Nighttime, luckily I got a task with Corey and that shit about to get tragic. Why they saying they up on us? We be giving the bubble, just look at the logic. Why they get chatting like we got shot? That never happened, like don't even gas it. I mean, I wanna make shit look good. Will never be equal till I get a casket. Nigga get up the stool, don't bash it. Had killers, but she not happen. First it was cool, let it ring it out. Niggas took it and ended up, I gotta drag it. I know in the summer they playing the bread. Get trip on the floor, we'll see if they like it. Come with the corner, we making a bigger. Nigga shot as a permanent victim. Shot in his back, how the fuck is he living? I know you remember that day when he vivid. Every day he need help when he shouldn't. I want him dead. Leave him in critical, mother is shame when she come to get him. I seen that off my way up the block, got a G43, so you know I could board it. Nigga had nerve, he's on the walk away. Try to call my kid, answer my call today. Worry my kid, I don't care my daughter. Say he wanna choke, we taking it all away. Know how to flip him and show you the floor. Like walk over, gotta get him full. Go on the flick, let go, two orders, we shooting it out in the first one, June. Only priority, making it so I'm not surprised niggas over the moon. I remember that day when I had a straight G, can't lie with her, I ain't wanna move on. Like, I was outside doing damage, I'm making a disc, we making a move. Spook outside here, one of us spoon. I ain't gonna buy that shit in the drawer. I've been on the Mac, I wanna pull on. When you go to school, we still gonna show. We're doing correctly, we aiming the G, if it's not the way you doing your rule. Go to your Muslim, this shit getting lit. Before you go spinning, you beat the Quran. Now we gon' hop on the flicker. Do it for time, and time to get this, we wet. They got my mates in the system. Couple of months, we coming to get them. Go to the head for them, we gon' triple. Compliment how he really tricked them. Nigga thought I was not, but I tricked him. Throw his car to a fast, go bless him.
His ass. Alright, over fries in the bag. What the fuck? My car would get stuck right there. My car would get stuck right there. Oh shit. Oh, why would you do that stuff?
up. You talking about that shit they saying. If you see my bank account, you wouldn't be giving a fuck. Why nigga wanna play on the net and speak on the game like we ain't no killers or something? Right now I'm fucking the oppo. After I'm done with the bitch, I ain't giving a none. He top ring, got hit with me. Like me, why the fuck is you calling me brother? Put you a switch on the back of the 19X, that bitch gon' blow like fuck. Or the time when you shoot, that bitch gon' start. I got a Draco for a nigga with muscle. All he heard was the nigga ran up trying to jump, so little bro catch right face. I'ma give him 10K, now he look at this shit like a hustle. Who gon' smoke the game? Let us know, we'll turn us a nigga to trust. Top bitch on my man, I'm finna go see him. Somebody give me a shovel. Bounced out on the phone, the shots went off. This bitch ass drunk is rough. Why do we keep on dissing? We got keep saying he want no trouble. The ammo for all my kids, when they come in this room, they ain't gon' know shit about a struggle. If you get in the field and you on the way, I'ma have big guns a truck. Just got both for a pipe, me right back out. That's weird, I cannot trust. Got so many shots in this cop, we bounce on niggas. They just have to deal with shots. You think I act bad with the blink, boy? This ain't shit. Just wait till you see my uncle. They keep on saying my name, ain't shit else to do. So fuck it, let's spend this jump. Pull out a million and cash and flex on they ass. It ain't no more being up. When you catch up to your ass, you better be fast. Nigga don't trip on stomach. We gotta shoot no more. He closed his eyes. He at the end of the tunnel. You kick that bitch in the mouth. Going on later, she let me know how I found him. I don't got shit for the bitch. She'll be lucky if I go and battle. This on the game gon' make it through something. Pulling that block and we let out for honey. We too cocky, why the fuck we running? Get took down doing all that stunning. Shit got me mad. I lost with a brother. As soon as I got my money, sit in the bitch on the road. She go get through. Fucking thought I did not know dummy. I'm trying to lick over the option on a post they block. I'm a fool, so they shit like a monkey. He was joking in interviews and then he died. Now I don't think shit funny. He let you stop. He was right there one. I ain't even the boss. Don't no nigga run my chain. Don't try to take that from me. We know together how the fuck you dumb. Drop low right now where you at. Come fuck. Get a head tap. Now those G's in the front seat. You not a killer. You only got one game. We killed two niggas. I won. Lead this me to a hole. That's not me. His body was acting like why me? Fuck this whole got a friend like I heard never be broke again. Like why me? Got no popcorn trips in the high seat. Giving niggas all headshot like an ID. Bitch, I really laid back. Got him to drink. Now the niggas hooked up to an ID.
Baby, I can count the flakes of season. She put salt and pepper And it is not. Why getting nearly.
You sure? I'm sticking right now. I'm sticking right now. I'm sticking right now. I'm sticking right now. I'm sticking right now.
Enough credit. You can turn any of your files.
Got the mixing root your boot. Hammer mixing too. I just thought your boo now. Ooh, she gon' eat the food. Bread up in that guy, and you would think that bag was coming. Goddamn, she get here on. Big bomber class, big busting on me head. A sexy girl and say she want to give me head. When it's up, pussy turn red. Gymnastic. Goddamn, she get here on. Big bomber class, big bust. For those of you.
Three colognes women actually compliment. Dolce.
Wait. Melio? Ain't no first day out yet?
All these years, we've been waiting for YNW Melly to finally have his day. And let's be fair, right? YNW Melly did have a trial. His trial ended in a mistrial. A mistrial, a lot of people don't understand, is not, oh, he's innocent, because you weren't proven innocent. It simply means that the juror or jury, the set of people who make up the jury, they could not get it together as a group, where a unanimous vote, meaning everybody who is on the jury has to agree, yay or nay. In YNW Melly's trial, that did not happen, so we're heading back to trial again. And yo, fam, time is moving fast, because after YNW Melly's trial, when they said that his trial was going to be in 2026, and then they pushed it to 2027, all of us was like, man, he is never going to trial. Do y'all know that we are like 7 months away from 2027? And for a lot of us,
7 months away from 2027, we're like, for YNW Melly, this is the biggest day of his life. You know why? Because he is looking at the possibility of being placed on Florida's death row. The state is not giving up without a fight. All YNW Melly fans, they would love to hear the state say, we've had him in jail for too long, he's been locked up for too long, we're just going to throw this case out and he can go on and live his life. Back in the studio, make music, climb to the top of the charts, be famous, have a lot of groupies around him. Ooh, he beat a murder case, all that. Unfortunately, that's not how it's going to go. Y'all got to remember, Sack and Juvie. Sack Chaser and Juvie, YNW Juvie, them two, their parents and their spirits are looking for some kind of justice as to who killed them and how that person should be treated. So the state has to stand in place for Sack and Juvie and get them and their family some kind of justice too. Hey, welcome back to the channel. If you've never been here before, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Click the bell next to the subscribe button so you're notified every time they move it. What's going on?
So we got a call for drag racing.
Disclaimer, any joke y'all hear in this video is not to be taken serious, and anything considered harmful is AI generated and is done in a professional environment. Let's get into the video.
He's lying.
What's it? What is that?
Six pack.
Oh! What the f is that?
It's gonna make us money again, bro. YouTube doesn't like all the Hellcat black people shit, so he came. He's 6 more.
Bruh. Is that? Is it at least fast?
Yeah.
You would do donuts?
Yeah, it does donuts.
Oh, that's all it needs.
And it got a turbo.
Ready for that?
Twin turbo. Twin turbo.
Oh, that's it. Shit. Let me start my car. That sound like a real V8. What? Oh, track off. I was wondering where that went. Remember last year you stole my home. Now everything's coming to elevate. You stole my home. Why does this happen? I mean, I guess it's an upgrade. Shit, I'm in the 2026. He in the 2018. Okay. Ready? I'm ready. You started? What the is that? What's the keys in the car? Thank God it's pushed start. Every time I shoot it, it sound like a fart. I might stop in this beat, but I ain't stopping for the noise. 800 horsepower takes all before it starts. Alright, y'all, we is in the car and we're hitting the road. The new 2026 Dodge Charger. I don't know why they call it the Dodge Charger. They only got 2 doors. Since when they start making 2-door Chargers? This is not 1988. This interior, I ain't with it. It kind of looked like a 2035 Durango. What the fuck is that? Supposedly, this car has a BMW motor in it, an inline 6. Gonna see how this do. It drives like a regular civilian car right now. Yeah, this is trash.
That shit ass.
What the f is this? Alright, let's try to find like secrets within this 2026. Okay, so we got go to vehicle and see what they got to offer. Attitude adjustments. Oh, man! You wonder why you don't have friends. Oh, this changed the color of the avian lights. Right now it's green. I can change. Oh my god! It's blue! Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Beginning of the video, I said the interior was trash. This part is hard. It's futuristic as hell. I'm driving slow as hell. Let me catch up to the movies. It's tweak as hell! Are you going to honey? I don't even feel that because I can't hear nothing. Let's see if we got like sport mode or something. Oh, that's right there on the steering wheel. Click that. We got sport mode, wet and snow mode, custom, and auto. I'm gonna just go straight to sport mode. Oh, shit.
Just some fucking shit. Let's go back to CarPlay because I don't know where I'm going. We 38 minutes from the trenches. We taking these to the hood. We motivating the youth. 2026. And we gonna let on. No, do not buy this. Let's downshift. We in 5th gear, 4th. All right, 3, 2, 1. Getting up though. This really feel like a regular car. 40 roll, y'all. 40 roll. 3, 2, 1. I'm disappointed. Why did Dodge do this? Literally ruined it. How you go from V8 American Muscle to this? It's like you made American Muscle a German car. The Avian lights is cool. If you're spending $60,000, why is there no logo on the seats? It's blank. This is a Dodge Ram 1500 base package. No sunroof in this dude. I mean, it do got assist and call the popo. Should we call the popo and tell him how bad Dodge did on this fucking vehicle? Y'all let me know down in the comments. There's got to be like different features in here, bro. I gotta figure it out. I actually heard that this car drives by itself. I don't know how to do it. We're about to see. What is this? This cruise control. No, this active driving assist. Oh no, that's cruise control. I'm myself. Let's go to apps. Let's see what apps they got on here. They got Alexa. Man, they ain't got shit for real. 5 performance pages right here. Let's click that. Ooh. It shows all that drag time gauges. But that's normal though. They better have it in here. All right, let's try to catch up, bro. We both. Come on. Ooh, 5. We in that new dude. Get the fuck out the way. Yeah, you better move. He on that. I just stole it from the dealer lot. Styling cow. It's like, no, my Lynn bought it for me because I'm homeless as hell. Oh, wow. Landscaping company is going to YouTube banned me for 2-3 months. Time to go to the casino, gambling all my money, and now Lynn had to buy me this. Thank you, Daddy. I mean, thank you, bro. Hell yeah. Really good. Let's roll the window down a little bit. Let's get under this little bridge. Come on. Come on, Dodge. Just boarded in. Let me say, ew. I'm mad, bro. That's the whole point of Dodge. When a Mopar is crunching down the block, I feel like thunder's coming. I don't think you're going to be able to feel like thunder is coming with this. What is this? Low gear mode? What is this? Ford Fusion SLE? Oh, hell no. Alright, floor. This is all the way to the floor, y'all. Floor action, floor action, floor action, floor action, floor action. 122. Eventually. Oh yeah! This real muscle! This real muscle right here! This real muscle! That's what I like to hear. I can't even hear it no more since he right here. Oh yeah! We got the other one! Oh, whoa! Why did it just make me break like that? Yeah, I'm not with the safety features on here. That to really make you crash. Oh yeah, we cutting up in these 2026 dudes. Get over here. Okay, let's do this. I sound like Rick. Head back, come on. Your brother don't even pat. I'm flooring it. It ain't doing it. Woo! Hold on. I don't like the way this goes.
Got a car accident? Don't call a lawyer. Use this free AI tool instead. That's how I walked away with $93,000 from what they called a minor crime.
If you're going to use a BMW motor, at least have BMW suspension work and handle a damn bit. Come on, ain't that? Bro, what the? Is that Dodge? What is that? Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Oh, let's hear real power. Real power. That's real power, hey. I don't know what this is. I'm trying to pat it. It ain't working. 50 wrong. 50 wrong. I just lost Lucas Hill, bro. I'm done with this, bro. All right, y'all. We got to get us some kiwi strawberry clear fruit. We go with some hot Cheetos. And a Red Bull. This Red Bull gonna give us lean. Stuff this in my pocket. These right here, bust. Like 4 pockets full. Now since we got everything, I can go ahead and put y'all hip to how I'm about to buy it. Recently, I've been making money just playing games on my phone. Last video I cashed out for $350. My cash out literally just dropped $350, y'all. Now this video, I played a few more games and I cashed out for $250. I'm literally about to splurge right now. I'm buying a whole bunch of snacks and I gotta fill my tank up. If y'all wanna make money just as easy as I made money, scan that QR code, hit the link in the description, and start playing games. It's that easy. $250 could be in your pocket somewhat there. You gotta play the games consistently in order to make that much money. Don't expect to get on there, play one game, play for an hour, and think you're finna be up $500. That's not how it works. You have to play consistent. And when you sign up, you get a $10 sign up bonus. That's free cheese, free $10. You can come here and get all the snacks you want, bro.
So, Nick, what do you think about the car I bought you?
This is the biggest piece of junk.
What's bad about it?
First of all, you can't hear it. I'm trying to pat it.
I can hear it, boss.
Look, you got real muscle.
We got real muscle dick. Hey, we got muscle dick. It's our first time being out in public and we have the worst car.
Yeah, we have the actual slowest car. We are so...
Facebook. Them niggas fruity. Talk about some Lee Biggie.
I swear to God, the third hawk, I poured that, it took like 3 seconds for it to go. I swear. That's why I'm like, yeah, he got it. But yeah, from a roll, this winning, from a dig, this is tearing it.
12 seconds later.
Who is God feeling like right now? Who the you feeling like, nigga?
My fault, guys. I know I'm not supposed to be just watching a random YouTube video, but it kind of caught my eye.
Thank you for reassuring me, bro. Thank you, bro. All them thieves, all bums, go get a job.
Stop driving it. Car turd.
Can I slide it down at 300, boys? I got him since it's been geeked up. Remember you let me slide it that one time? It was stock, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Ad. I gotta see it.
Yeah, it was
That's a 2-0. I ain't gonna do too much. I'm not
Last
like
time
that.
I scored, it was ad, bro. I got
Get that guy out of here. Come on here, man. I got you, man. It's a 2-0. I ain't gonna do too much, man. I just want to hear how that sound off the first gear. Thank you, bro. We in a 300 dog mobile. Oh, yeah. We in a 5.7 dude. I got backup friends already. Hey, yo. Stop it. Are you ready? 2-0. Hey, can somebody record the outside, though? He had to see the automatic. I had that automatic. I'm on some butt. My fault. I forgot. There's some 300. And I drove my 300 up in it. This shit geeked up now. Since the last time I saw this, I'm waiting for it, because this geeked up now, yeah. Thank you, bro. I love you. You know, what? You said give me a kiss? No. Okay. Hey, this sound good as fuck. That's a scat dog. But it was barking though. I mean, no, you look like it.
No, you. Nah, actually, you're cute.
I'm handsome as. dodge it, because I'm going to eat her ass. Wait a minute. Then I'm going to let her fart on my tongue, and I'm going to eat this. What did you just say?
You know how to play rear-wheel drive?
Yeah.
How did the finest party?
Drive modes, sport, rear-wheel drive. Now turn traction off, hold the button, 10 seconds. There we go. Traction is all the way off. We about to try to slide the 2026 Charger for the first time.
Only the paddle shifter, bud.
Only paddle
That's so bad. You have to be in second too.
Shit, my 300 I had to slide with paddle shifters. 300 boys. I'm about to try it though. How do my pedal, man?
Shit.
We gotta cut that exhaust a little bit. That slide a little funky, but it's cool.
The noise is ass.
I feel like I can get used to it though.
You gotta go straight pipe on that bit. Hey, is that
We should race our 2026s and then after tandem. Because this is a 2026 video. We over here with some shit. We can do shit. Come on. Which one's mine? Oh, yeah, okay.
Just then.
Oh, hey, y'all, the police here. Oh, hell no. The police here, gang.
Meanwhile.
Alright, y'all, real quick, we just got a DM from a supporter. He made nearly $100 just by playing games on his phone. I just love the fact I'm helping y'all make cheese. Like, that just fulfills my happiness. It makes me happy. When y'all signed up and been playing games and y'all get y'all first cash out, screenshot and DM my Instagram. Show me proof that y'all made money. Whoever has the most earning cash out, I might just do a cash giveaway. So go ahead, click that QR code, and don't forget the $10 sign up bonus. I'm gonna go ahead and come back to the video. Spot is burnt. Get it. Spot is burnt. Yep. Spot is burnt. I repeat, go. Oh my.
Oh, they did the bit.
Here, hold this. Police response is new.
You're done.
There's no proof of anything, no man. 2026.
Literally, bro, you this turkey and we did.
No way everybody's gonna see her and give up.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like leave me. I repeat, AJ is in handcuffs.
What they got going on, Five? Oh no, I don't want to go back. Nigga, you know what happened the last time I was in jail? They stretched my so fucking. I heard St. Louis is aggressive.
I'm not feeling that shit, bro.
What's going on?
So we got a call for drag racing. You're done. I don't know who called, but let them do their thing. Get y'all out here.
Alright, cool. I know my laws though. I know my rights. Realistically, they didn't catch nobody in the act. They came out just great. Bro, number 8 came out crazy. They did just pull a deep as hell. It's my first time actually getting boxed. Okay, if you take me to jail, I'm doing the tape. Just know that.
Oh, yeah? That's my judgment to call, man. Big Bruce in there. He gonna let me.
Oh, DD! You know what? They got more. Another one. Oh, shit.
About 30 y'all here.
He literally just called us a bro. Me? Basically, you said it's 4 of y'all and 30 of us. So we should have ran. Yeah, I'm in the 2026. We don't steal Broncos. We don't steal Hellcats. Oh, no way. Oh, shit. Let's see what they got going on.
You one of us.
I know, you're one of us, bro.
Wait, what?
He's sacrificing his so he can live free and do whatever kind he
Yo, put your seatbelt on 2 hands on the wheel.
That's how I'm coming. I salute you for the sacrifice, and I appreciate you in the passenger seat for taking the dick and letting them get away.
They don't even know it's a switch occurred.
I think he's trying to get behind you. Hurry up, go, please.
2 hands, seatbelt. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Okay.
No.
You about to chase after him.
Oh, he tackled somebody. Alright, Daddy, I love you. Have a good day. Have a good day.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200.
Trackhawk's good. I thought I had to get that. We escaped the police did.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That was insane, wasn't it?
Nah, that was crazy.
That was the closest I ever been to get booked.
Boxing from both ends.
Boxing day.
I seen them box the truck in the corner. I said, no, JJ.
What they say to you?
I told like the smart bro, he's like, you good, gang? I'm on the cool cops. I gotta scat back at home.
Oh, that was the name of
ski
it.
mask.
Yeah. But he was like, they doing AJ though.
Flag right here. Shit flew off? Mine. I ain't gonna lie, this is never the most put together Magnum swap. It do got little flaws though. I see the roof. The roof's got some work to do. It's coming along for sure. What's the word, man? Hold on, let me see the inside. He got
Oh, hell no, man. Where'd it go?
You gotta change the color of the seats. Oh yeah, I forgot.
They seen this, he was going to just.
He told me I already know. And I started on this one. There ain't no telling. It's the cleanest VIN number wise. But. You see that? You see that? No, look. I see it. No, look. Just look one time. It's underdog. Alright, let's teleport to the spot though.
Alright, how we teleport?
Alright, y'all, we about to go ahead and teleport to the slide spot, race spot in 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Yo, we is in the mud right now. This is the trenches. What?
Right here.
Right here.
Right here.
The new 2026 dude.
This guy.
Let's do it. The first one's to tandem the new Charger. I gotta get the hang of it.
This shit, buddy.
Keep having to turn it on, all-wheel drive. This don't belong in the hood. Me in the suburbs. You said I drive through this wrong nigga Drake on me or something? Man, you got it on you though, right? You got it on you though? I got it on me. Alright, but you my protection in the hood. You know what I got? Nah, this don't belong in the hood. You got my boy Fast like Nick, you feel me? How tall is you? That's what I'm saying. I'm looking up to like 7. You 6'7"? Yeah, I'm 6'7". Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, you too big to be doing that. Lyndon gifted me a 2026. I don't like the front end of this. Don't like the wheels. I don't like the way it slide. I don't like the way it drives. I don't like the way it sounds. I don't like the way it vibes. Yeah, so this is a short little video. Make sure you hit that like button, sub button. We is Neat St. Louis. And yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all next video.
Going on, but if they don't, then they gonna know what's going wrong, man. Bitchy Bam checking in, man. I got fast, man.
Tell me hit that sub button. I ain't gonna pull your pants up, man. Alright, I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one.
Sketch a triple, ooh, I like how you be cutting up to strip the cat frame, and nah.
Here's your cat snail. When you were trimming before, you totally hurt hurt them because you couldn't see the quick. But now, you'll never make that mistake again. It's basically a nail clipper with a built-in light, so you can actually see where the quick is. Just slide up until you can't see it anymore, then snip. I love this one because it has a little compartment that collects the trimmed nails, plus a built-in file, which is...
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people. Some cool secrets that people DM'd me. And if you guys have any video ideas, starting off with the guy who DM'd me, bro. Shout out to, hold on, let me pull it up right here. Because, if it wasn't for him, I'd probably never notice this. It was right here. Rides with Music said, a chair fell from the pool. Cool little secret. Why did I say secret without the R? This is at the apartment complex to the left side of the map, and as you guys know, there's a pool, and look at that, there's like a chair in the bush. That's pretty cool, I didn't know about that. Let's go over these new little changes, bug fixes, what has gone down, and also, starting with the first one, guys, the Easter event's gone. As we can see right here, they removed the Easter event. Thanks for playing. I'm actually kind of surprised how short that was. How long was that, like a week? I think that was like a little more than a week, right? You can see right here, they did this cool little version thing. Fixed a bug with police radars that would not work. Fixed a bug where vehicle wheels would turn despite having the virtual cursor active. Don't know much about that. They also fixed a bug where vehicles would not detach from trailers. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about you guys. I have not used a trailer in this game in so long. And main reason because of that is I feel like a lot of the cars that like I have within this game don't use or like don't have a trailer hitch. But like I forgot how dope it is, bro. Like I can't believe it, dude. Trailers have already been in the game for like 2.5 years now. It's actually such a W feature. But I feel like a lot of people would use trailers more if there's 2 cars spawning. Let me know if you guys agree with me on that. I feel like a lot of people would want that. Yeah, it's actually such a cool feature and actually so forgotten in my opinion. I'm not so forgotten, but like, dude, I'm being serious when I say this. I literally don't think I used it.
Alright, dude, you don't need to talk no more, and I'm sorry.
I just get this other stuff.
Well, I wouldn't. Quick Hand Applicator. A fast and easy way to control weeds.
Useless Loser becomes a skeleton, but starts evolving into a high-rank monster. Rent is an ugly, pathetic, disgusting loser adventurer from a small town who dreams about becoming a Mitchell-class adventurer. Yet, despite working for 10 years, Rent has been a dumb bronze-class adventurer for eternity. He usually wakes up early just like me and all poor people who need to work. Yet, despite having a dream job, all he can do are basic missions. This is because the Adventurer Guild puts ranks on their missions to avoid unnecessary deaths. While checking the current missions, Rent realizes they're all pretty much trash. Therefore, he decides to explore the labyrinth. However, despite the labyrinth being deserted because everyone already cleared it, Rent is surprised when he sees a secret passageway. He gets hyped, thinking he can report this discovery to the guild and become rich. However, this pathetic excuse of a human decides to explore it, hoping to find treasures. He manages to enter a room where he sees a huge dragon. He thinks this is the greatest type of monster, and according to the legends they have several forms, and this one follows the Rock's workout program. The dragon starts to approach him, and Rent cannot move otherwise, he will wet himself. In the end, this huge dragon with 2 mouths takes a huge bite on his breakfast. However, hours later Rent manages to get up, surprised to be alive. However, when he looks at his reflection, he notices that he has become an uglier skeleton. After the shock, he wonders if he's truly alive until he realizes that he has become an undead monster. He thinks about returning to the town because he still has his human memories. However, if a bishop or a priest finds him, they will destroy him with their magic. He realizes the dragon is missing and decides to get out of the room to avoid a potential double kill. As he walks, Rent explains that nobody knows where the labyrinths come from or how they work. They only know there are many around the world with treasures inside. Rent thinks about waiting for a new adventurer to come to this labyrinth and asks for help. However, he's just a pile of bones who cannot talk. Suddenly, another skeleton appears and confronts Rent. Rent wants to defeat it with his sword, but recognizes that it's hard to move his body without any muscles. He raises his sword to strike this skeleton, but he ends up falling behind. Yet, the other skeleton also suffers from calcium deficit as it trips after losing its leg bone. Rent realizes that it's going to be hard to deal with a monster without sword techniques or muscles. He then suddenly finds out that he can still use spirit energy to buff up his physical attributes despite not being human. With this buff, he manages to destroy the skull and sees the bone pile glow with some pixie powder. He finds out that he just recovered the spirit energy he used and remembers his talk with his friend Lorraine. She is a researcher who told him that monsters could evolve into other species. At that time, she mentioned that skeletons could sometimes evolve into ghouls, calling it existential evolution. After this memory, Rent thinks that if he can evolve into a ghoul, he can get some flesh back. He then could use some clothes to cover himself and return to the town without any problems. Therefore, Rent decides to start defeating monsters in this labyrinth for a chance to evolve. He quickly manages to defeat 5 skeletons and manages to get some of his mobility back. Every time he defeats an enemy, he gets healed, and that allows him to use his spirit energy in every battle. While looking for more monsters, he finds a slime. Despite being a weak monster, there are only 2 ways to defeat it: to pierce its core or beat it up until it cannot regenerate. Rent manages to dodge the slime's attack and counters, however, he didn't expect to hit the core on his first try. He decides to keep the magic stone and collects the slime fluid to sell it later on, as it's used in cosmetics. Over time, Rent notices that as an undead, he doesn't need to sleep or eat, which helps him to focus on fighting to achieve his evolution. However, that seems to be taking a long time. Still, he managed to get his physical abilities back and could use mana and divine power again despite being undead. Yet he feels down because he spent 10 years as a weak adventurer and now is dead. He's one of the rare adventurers who can use spirit energy, mana, and divine power, but since he's trash, they're all basic. He wished he could be strong and achieve his goal of becoming Mitchell class, which is the highest adventurer class. Yet, he decides that being a skeleton won't stop him from reaching his dream. He starts taking out more monsters and realizes he's getting stronger than when he was a human. After defeating another slime, Rent notices the power seems quite different. Suddenly, his body starts to change, creating muscles, hair, skin, and even eyes. He realizes he managed to evolve into a ghoul, and he can now make sounds with his mouth. He feels happy that he finally has some flesh hugging his bones despite it being pretty dry. However, this makes him realize that if he keeps working hard, he might be able to become a high-rank undead like a vampire. He first decides to speak some words, but all that comes out is a roar. With some training, he manages to say hello and good morning, however, he still needs to practice to sound less like a zombie. Rent is fighting off some goblins inside the dungeon. He knows that goblins can be dangerous in groups, so he uses the dungeon's layout to spread them out and force them into a 1v1. He easily defeats them and takes a look at himself. He evolved into a ghoul, and they meant he could now strengthen his sword as well as himself. The goblins decide to attack again, but he swings his sword and defeats them easily. He hears the clang of swords in the distance, and he's not too happy about that. In another part of the dungeon, a girl is fighting off skeleton monsters, but she looks exhausted. She strikes at the skeleton 3 times before she finally defeats it. She proceeds deeper into the dungeon, and Rent watches her.
Apply for a new place from...
It has been long since he saw another human in the dungeon. He wants to go and meet her, but he reminds himself he can't go out like that because he's a ghoul and she'll either kill him or run away at the sight of him. He decides to watch her from a distance as she collects the drop items from the skeleton. He doesn't recognize her, so he thinks she must be a rookie since he knows most of the adventurers in the city. The knowledge Rent has about the other adventurers' abilities usually comes in handy. As the girl goes deeper into the dungeon, Rent follows her slowly. She goes down a corridor, and a skeleton monster forms behind her. She engages it in combat, and Rent observes her technique. He notices that she has good form, but she's weak, so she has to land multiple blows on the monster and dodge a lot of its attacks to defeat it. Her one flaw is she didn't observe her surroundings, and the skeleton monster backs her against the wall. She encourages herself and strikes at the skeleton once again, but it grips her sword and pushes her against the wall. It is about to attack her, and Rent has no choice but to step in. He comes out screaming to get the skeleton's attention, and the skeleton faces him. Rent was hoping the girl would attack the skeleton from behind, but she was too stunned to do so. The skeleton tries to attack him, but he uses his divinity skill and takes it down in one fell swoop. He tries to approach her and talk to her, but she's horrified by his appearance. He tries to introduce himself, but his voice just makes her even more horrified. She tells him to stay away from her, and he tells her he's not her enemy. He throws his sword down and raises his arms to assure her. She notices he's not a mere ghoul, and Rent tells her he's an adventurer. She asks him if he is disguising for Halloween since he looks like a ghoul. He tells her he actually passed away, but he's still somehow alive. She thanks him for saving her life, and he tells her he had to because adventurers look out for each other. She still doesn't trust him, so she asks him not to take her life away. He assures her that he won't do that, but he needs her to help him get some clothes. He tells her that he wants to go back to the city of Malth, and she tells him she could get him a robe that hides his body. He puts a bag of coins on the ground and tells her to keep the change after getting the clothes. He walks back, and she moves forward to pick up the bag. He begs her to help him, and she introduces herself to him as Rena. She tells him she's a daughter of a knight, and she would repay her debt to him. He leads her back to the entrance of the dungeon, and she tells him she will be back for him. Rent notices her cautiousness around him, and he thinks she's acting just like a proper adventurer. Typically, a proper adventurer would report the sight of a ghoul to the guild for immediate action, but he doesn't think she'll betray him. Rent doesn't want to double her, but he thinks if he turns out to be wrong, he'll deal with the consequences when they arise. He goes back into the dungeon. Rena goes back to the city and meets up with Sheila. Sheila tells her she's glad she's not hurt, and that she was worried about her since she didn't come back after sunset. Rena tells her a lot has happened, and she has an urgent question for her. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Rent is engaged in combat with a Glob monster. He can't believe how powerful he has become compared to when he was human. The monster throws some globs at Rent, but he dodges it. He notices he's not just stronger, but his body also moves just as he wants it to. He strikes at the moving core of the monster and destroys it easily. The monster melts to the ground. Rent thinks his combat intuition is also better because he was able to predict the movement of the monster's core. This is something that can't be gotten from training or studying, and Rent is surprised. He only got that power after he became a ghoul. Suddenly, he hears Rena's voice calling his name. He goes out to meet her, and he's surprised she actually came back for him. She's standing with a sack on the floor in front of her. As he approaches him, she pulls out her sword and takes a few steps back, asking him if he's Rent or a random ghoul. He tells her he's Rent, and that ghouls don't show up in the early levels of the dungeon. She eases up, and she tells Rent he has gotten better at talking. He tells her he practiced while she was away, and she commends him for that. She shows him the sack containing his robe and walks towards it to put down his change. He walks towards the sack, and she backs up. Rent looks at her, and she apologizes, telling him she's still a bit scared. She tells him she needs more time to get used to him, and he tells her it's fine for her to feel like that. He tells her he wants to have a look at the clothes, and he opens up the sack. He picks up the robe and takes a look at it. It was a plain color robe that wouldn't draw a second glance from anyone, and it would cover his whole body, making him look like a mage. Rent liked the robe, and he tells Rena it's perfect. She tells him she also bought other things she thought he might need. She tells him she just got to Malth, so she had to ask someone to show her the best shops. Rent brings out a pair of gloves and shoes from the sack and some bandages. She tells him she bought those to hide his arms and legs from sight. Rent thinks Rena is very kind, and her gesture almost brings him to tears, but he's not capable of shedding tears. His demeanor worries Rena, but he tells her he's fine. He tries the clothes on, and he immediately gets a glow-up. It's much easier for Rent to move in the clothes than he thought it would be. Though the hood makes him lose some visibility, he has enough to fight off monsters. She asks him how the clothes feel, and he tells her they're perfect. She tells him he looks imposing, like a very powerful mage. She holds up a mirror for him to look at his face, and he tells her he stands out too much. He tries to pull down the hoodie, but it's not big enough. Rena brings out a mask from the sack and asks Rent if he would like to try it. He asks her what that is, and she tells him she thought it would be a bad idea for him to go into town looking like that, so she got the mask. He picks it up and observes it. She tells him she thought he was a special type monster when she first saw him. He tells her she may be right. As he holds the mask to his face, it attaches itself magically. Rena tells him he looks great, but he tries to get the mask off, and it doesn't come off. He tells her he can't get it off, and she apologizes. She tells him she got it at a market stall, and it looked suspicious. He asks her if the stall wasn't part of the shops the guild took her to, and she tells him the guild didn't take her to the stall, and the mask is the only thing she bought from there. She tells him it was shockingly cheap, and she checked for curses when she touched it, but nothing happened. Rent figures out that the curse only activates when someone puts the mask on. He tells her he wants to try something, and he activates his divinity skill. Rena is shocked to see he can use divinity, and he tells her he can only use it for a bit. He's convinced he can break a basic curse with the skill, and he holds up his hand in front of the mask. He runs out of energy, and they're both bummed out. Rena apologizes once again for bringing him a cursed item, but he tells her it's fine since he has to hide his face anyway. He tells her the mask responded to divinity, and he just has to hire a cleric to break the curse. Rent walks up to her, trying to reassure her by patting her shoulder, but he thinks he may be too intrusive and back up. She grabs his hand and tells him he's a good person, and she's not scared of him anymore. He holds her hand and tells her she doesn't have to force herself to like him till she gets used to him eventually. She tells him it won't take long for that to happen. She tells him they can now head back to the city, and they leave the dungeon. They enter a carriage, and Rena tells him she registered as a guild in the capital city, but there were many popular adventurers there. Because she was a rookie, she didn't get any jobs, so someone recommended she go to Malt. He tells her he's surprised she came all the way to the countryside, and she tells him she wanted to see the outside world. She also tells him she wants to get stronger and become a proper adventurer in no time. Rent tells her he understands her point, but an adventurer should be cautious because everyone only has one life. They finally arrive at the city, but Rent is reluctant to follow Rena. She asks him what's wrong, and he tells her a lot of people in the city know him. He tells her they'll know something is wrong if he shows them his ID at the gate. She asks him if they can go through another gate, and he tells her there's one that's not frequently used. She tells him they better head for that gate, but he thanks her saying he only made it thus far because of her. She tells him not to act like that was goodbye, because she will keep helping him even after he crosses the gate. He tells her, though he needs someone to help him, if she helps him get inside, she would be considered a criminal because he's a monster. He tells her she may lose her adventurer's license, and he doesn't want to cause her any trouble. She tells him she'll risk her life for him, because without him she won't be alive. They go over to the other gate, and they ask them to present their IDs. One of the guards looks at it, and they let Rena pass. As Rent is about to pass, they question his weird appearance. They ask him if he's ever been to Malt, but he doesn't reply. They ask him to take off the mask so they see his face, but Rena tells them the mask is cursed, and he can't take it off. They ask her if that's why he talks weirdly too, and he says he was fatally injured while killing a monster. He shows them part of his ears, and they're surprised by how scarred it is. Rena tells Time he bought the mask to hide his scars, but the mask turned out to be cursed. Rent tells them to try to pull the mask off themselves, and one of the guards tries, but he can't get it off. Rena tells them they want to donate some money to a church and get a cleric to help them remove the mask. The guards allow Rent to pass, and Rent thanks Rena. Rena is distracted by a carriage, and Rent uses that opportunity to disappear. Rena begins looking for him, but he hides on the roof. Rent doesn't want to ruin her guild life, so he decides to stay away.
It was such a fast-moving class. So if you don't understand one concept, you move to the next one. It was a snowball effect. But with quizzes in AI mode, I was able to...
Later at night, Rent goes to a house in search of a human cooperator. Since he couldn't work with Rena, he had to find someone who could keep secrets. It knocks on the door, but no one answers, so he lets himself in. A woman is sleeping on the couch, and he tries to wake her up. Lorraine tells him to let her sleep evermore, but he threatens to drop a book on her head. She sits up and is shocked by his weird appearance. She thinks it's just a mask, but he takes off his glove to show her his ghoul hand. She asks him what happened. Lorraine is contemplating putting up a search request at the Adventurer Guild. Suddenly, she hears a familiar knock on the door, and she knows it's Rent. But Rent doesn't enter immediately, so she knows something must have happened to him, but she's glad he's alive. She lies down on the couch and pretends to be asleep. Rent opens the door, and he comes over to the couch to wake her up. She tells him to allow her to sleep some more, but he threatens to wake her up in a brutal way. She finally opens her eyes to look at Rent, and she realizes he's now a ghoul. Rent tells her the story of what happened to him, but Lorraine doesn't believe him. She has been researching monsters and magic, and she had never come across a scenario where someone was turned into an undead after being eaten by a dragon. She asks him if the dragon is still in the labyrinth, and he tells her the dragon is probably already gone. Lorraine has no choice but to believe his story because of how he now looks. Rent is surprised by how calm Lorraine is after seeing his body up close, but he feels like she'll treat him as a research subject rather than a friend. Lorraine paces for a while thinking, and suddenly, she asks Rent if he still remembers his identity now that he's undead. Rent tells her he still has the memories and consciousness of himself before he became an undead. But that doesn't change the fact that he's lost his life once. He tells her he's not very sure he's still the same person, and she tells him that's exactly how the Rent she knows would reply. Though it's still hard to confirm he's the same person, she tells him they'll worry about that later. She asks him what he plans to do with his life, and he tells her he wants to continue living as an adventurer. He aims to achieve the highest rank in the guild, but he knows he can't go to the guild looking like an undead. Lorraine figures out that he needs her to take up quests for him, and he'll have to crash at her place for a while. She asks him if that's okay with him, and he tells her he's fine with that. But she asks for his help with her research. She doesn't want to miss the opportunity to examine a subject that underwent an existential evolution. Rent tells her he's fine with it as long as she doesn't dissect him. She tells him she's not Frankenstein, but she'll need a little bit of skin once in a while. The next day, Rent is doing some chores when Lorraine comes back to the house. She tells him she went to the guild, and she gives him the payment for the slime liquids and magic crystals he got from the labyrinth. Rent thinks he was overpaid for the resources, but she tells him they were of good quality and the guild will put them to good use. He takes the payment and tells her he will be going to see an infamous blacksmith. Later in the day, Rent walks through the market district, happy his wallet is so full. As he walks along the street, he draws the gaze of other people who are shopping. He notices their gaze fixed on him, and he tries to hide his face better. He finally arrives at the blacksmith shop, and he's welcomed by the receptionist. She notices his outfit, and she's a bit surprised. Rent apologizes for his suspicious look. She asks him what he wants, and he drops his sword on the counter and tells her he needs a new one. She unsheathes the sword and looks at its edges. She notices the sword was treated well, but it has been overused. She asks him if he uses magic or spirit energy, and he tells her he uses mana, spirit, and divinity magic. She is surprised he is thrice blessed because they are very rare. She tells him there's only one other customer who is thrice blessed, and Rent asks her to keep his a secret. He presents her with a bag of coins asking if it would be sufficient. She tells him it'll suffice, but he only has to pay half first, then pay the balance after the sword is ready. But she warns him that her husband is a perfectionist, and he would need several days to make the sword. She also tells him her husband may call him several times to get his opinions on how he wants his sword to look. He tells her he doesn't mind, and that they can reach him if they contact Lorraine's place. Meanwhile, Lorraine is at home reading a book about ghouls. She finds out their preferred meals and how they are formed. She also finds out that ghouls which are turned by other powerful monsters tend to lose their memories and human emotions. She closes the book as she now knows that Rent's case is very special. She's still not sure he is the same person he was before he was turned, but he still feels like the same Rent she has always known. She remembered when she was younger, and she took a quest at the guild. A man stopped her and found out her quest would be taking her to a forest far away from the city. He offers up young Rent to be her pack-bearer for free, so he can gain some experience since he was still a rookie. They arrive at the forest, and Lorraine is in search of a particular herb, but she can't find it. She wonders if her quest description texts were wrong. Back then, the world was boring to Lorraine, and though she was the youngest to attain the title of Great Doctor, it didn't mean much to her. But the title allowed her to register as a silver rank adventurer. After getting the title, she quickly left for the city of Yorland to gather some herbs since she had nothing better to do. She finally found the herb she was looking for, and she harvested it carefully to preserve its usefulness. She packed it up and told young Rent to put it in her pack. He takes the pack to her, and she's surprised to find it almost full with the same herbs she had been struggling to find. She asks him how he was able to find the herb and harvest it correctly, but Rent is distracted by something in the forest. She glances at the direction he's looking at to see a goblin notching an arrow into its bow.
It wasn't given to me. I decided to leave as an army officer.
Your job depends on reliable tools. That's why Harbor Freight is committed to offering quality tools to pros like yourself at a fraction of the...
Young Rent raises his shield to defend her, and he tells her to use a spell against the goblin. She uses the spell to completely obliterate the goblin. Young Rent praises her magic level, but she tells him it's nothing special. After the battle, he offers her some water, asking if that was her first battle. She tells him it was not, but her escorts aren't usually as experienced. She realizes that young Rent is more than a pack-bearer. He tells her the other adventurers were worried she didn't have enough experience for her rank, so they told him to follow her. She asked him how he knew so much about herbs. He told her someone advised him to read about everything he could find concerning herbs and monsters if he wanted to become a good adventurer. This was when they first introduced themselves to each other, and they became friends. Lorraine asks him to teach her all he knows about herbs and how to fight. She noticed he knew exactly how to move through the forest, and she asked him for the trick behind it. He promised to teach her everything, and he worked hard for 10 years since they'd known each other, trying to achieve the highest adventure rank. Lorraine stayed by his side doing the research she had loved all this time. She now sees why the elders were worried about her years ago. She realizes she hasn't been replying to her letter because didn't want some old men to lecture her. She gets up from her chair, wondering where she kept her unread letters. Rent meets with the blacksmith, and he thanks him for making him a new sword. The blacksmith promises to make him something special, and they shake on it. His wife presents Rent with a temporary sword to use before his own is ready. The sword can only use mana and spirit energy. He takes the sword and leaves. The blacksmith tells his wife Rent may be in some trouble, and she wonders why he didn't ask for their help. The husband tells her he's probably suffering from a curse, and he doesn't want it to affect their shop. He figured out that Rent didn't want to cause trouble for other people. He asks his wife for the information Rent shared with her, and she tells him. He tells her they may get him to talk about his curse one day, since he will be frequenting their shop. Rent returns home, and he makes dinner for him and Lorraine. Lorraine enjoys his cooking, and he tells her she can't have seconds if she wants. She notices he hasn't touched his dinner, and he tells her he doesn't get hungry. She takes that as a good sign. She tells him she was studying about ghouls while he was away, and she tells him he's different from an average ghoul. That's the reason he can evolve, and she asks him what he will become next. He tells her he just wants to be as human as possible, so he'll just aim for his next existential evolution. Lorraine figures out he has to return to the labyrinth, and he tells her he has to destroy monsters to evolve faster. The next day, an adventurer is fighting a slime monster in the labyrinth, but he's no match for it. He's about to be completely overwhelmed by the monster, but it suddenly melts away. Rent saves the man, and the man thanks him. He tells Rent he didn't expect the slime to attack like that, and though he got a little cut, he'll be fine. Rent begins to walk away since adventurers are expected to take care of themselves. The man tries to stop Rent, but Rent doesn't listen to him. Rent had heard of people who pretend to be in a sticky situation and then rob those who help them. The man runs in front of Rent and asks to join his party. He tells him he needs the money because he just registered as an adventurer and can't even fight a slime. Rent tells him slimes are strong, and they always give swordsmen a tough time. The man tells Rent he's a chef, and he has a restaurant. He's in a huge debt that he needs to repay by the next week. He told every adventurer he met he'll do anything they ask as long as they let him join their party, but no one gave him a chance. He decided to explore the labyrinth by himself, but only strong people can do that and get away with it. Rent tells him he's too busy, and the man watches him walk away. Rent would have loved to let the man join him, but he didn't see him with any useful magic items. He suddenly has an idea, and he tells the man he can tag along as long as he's okay with carrying a pack. The man suddenly rushes to follow Rent, happy to finally join a party. Rent doesn't know if the guy is a good or a bad guy, but he figures it can't hurt to help someone. The man tells Rent he will do whatever he commands. They keep walking through the labyrinth, and they get to a part that the man thinks is a dead end, but Rent tells him to trust him. The man is surprised to see a corridor that the map says is a dead end. They walk through the corridor and arrive at an opening, and the man is surprised such a place exists in the labyrinth. Rent is even more surprised that there's no dragon in sight. They explore the opening, and Rent is disappointed. He didn't find any magic items. The man calls out to Rent, telling him he found a little gap on the walls. They look through the gap to find a hidden corridor. The man tells Rent they can make a fortune if they tell the guild about the secret passage. He tells Rent he'll tell everyone it was Rent who found it, But Rent tells him he's not interested in glory, and the man can take the credit for finding it. Rent enters the passage and asks the man to follow him. They find an empty room, and the man enters it. He tells Rent they can look for another secret passage or a hidden treasure, since no one had ever come to that section before. Rent tells him to wait, but he doesn't hear Rent over his babbling. Rent enters the room, and a teleportation circle activates at the center of the room. He tries to warn the man, but the man tells him not to worry because there are no monsters in sight. Rent realizes the man can't see the circle, and he tries to stop him, but he steps on it, and he's teleported away. Rent knows a teleportation circle leads to a room filled with monsters or traps, and he considers leaving the man to his fate. But he doesn't want to be more of a monster than he already is. He steps on the circle, which teleports him to a dark room. He sees the man on the floor, and he tries to help him, but he hears the feet of a monster stomp on the ground. A giant skeleton appears from the shadows, and Rent realizes the skeleton is an area boss. Rent has no choice but to face the huge undead skeleton. He tries a spirit attack on it, but it's ineffective. The skeleton tries to strike back, but Rent dodges away. He decides to try a mana attack, but it's also ineffective against the skeleton. The skeleton tries to counterattack, but Rent gets out of the way. Now Rent is getting desperate. He looks for an escape route, but the entrance is sealed. Since he's in a boss room, he'll have to defeat the skeleton before he can get out. Rent curses his bad luck as the skeleton starts approaching him. Rent remembers the adventurer's code never to give up regardless of the situation. Though Rent is not sure his sword can handle it, he decides to use his divinity skill. He attacks the skeleton with the skill, and he takes out its leg. The skeleton loses its balance and falls to the ground, and Rent uses that opportunity to run up its spine and land a final blow on the skeleton's skull. He tends to his follower's wounds, and the man wakes up. He remembers there was a huge skeleton before he passed out, and he almost panics. Rent tells him he can only do basic first aid and can't heal his wounds fully. The man looks around and sees the remains of the skeleton. He asks Rent if he defeated the skeleton alone, and Rent shows him the huge magical crystal the skeleton dropped. The man figured out that the monster was very tough for it to drop such a huge crystal. He commends Rent for being skillful enough to defeat the monster solo. Rent tells him it was just luck, and he tells the man he'll hand him the crystal if he wants. His follower can't believe his ears, but Rent tells him it'll come at a price. His follower asks Rent what he wants in return because he feels he can't be of much use to Rent after seeing how strong an adventurer he is. Rent shows the man he's now a ghoul after being attacked by the dragon in the past. He tells the man he can't enter the shops in the guild because of that, so he'll need him to do that in his stead. The man agrees to it, but he feels the deal is too good to be true because he's getting so much out of it for so little. Rent decided to add one more thing to the deal. He asks the man to give him free meals at his restaurant anytime he wants. The man is brought to tears by this request, and he tells Rent he can eat as much as he wants anytime he wants. He promises to work hard to make sure he doesn't go bankrupt. He thanks Rent for the opportunity, and Rent hands him the crystal, telling him it's time to go home. The man asks Rent how they'll get out of the labyrinth, and Rent points him in a direction. The man tells Rent he can't see anything, and Rent is surprised the man can't see the room. Rent tells his follower that they can return to their former location if they go towards that direction, and he believes Rent. He moves towards it, and he's teleported back. Rent looks back to see another room leading to another room, and he decides to come back later to explore it. They return to the city, and Rent's disciple takes him to his restaurant named the Red Dragon Pavilion. The places look better than Rent envisioned. Suddenly, the man's wife rushes out and hugs him, glad to see him alive and well. She notices his wounds, and she tells him he needs to go see a doctor ASAP. He tells Isabel, his wife, that Rent healed him after he was hurt. Isabel didn't notice Rent before, and she apologizes for being oblivious. Her husband tells her Rent saved his life, and he shows her the crystal Rent gave him. Isabel tells him he can't take the crystal, wondering if he hasn't learned his lesson from his past. She tells him they won't be able to foot their bill if they get scammed again. He reassures her that Rent is too kind a person to pull a scam on them. He recounts how he told Rent about their debt, and he offered to help. He tells her Rent isn't doing it for free, and he'll be offering his services to Rent in compensation. She asks him if he'll be doing anything dangerous, and he tells her it'll just be simple errands. He tells her he promised Rent free meals.
Can I just get this other stuff?
Well, I wouldn't. Roundup. This stuff works.
meals at their restaurant, and she wonders if all that's enough to make the deal even. He tells her it was enough to make the deal, and he apologizes for worrying her. The man figures out that Rent is yet to know his name, and he introduces himself as Loris. They both thank him for helping them, and Rent bids them goodbye. He turns and starts walking away, but Loris doesn't want him to go without telling him his name. Rent turns back and asks him to promise not to tell anyone. Loris promises to keep it a secret and to only call him boss. Rent tells Loris his name, and Loris tells him they'll always give him a warm welcome at their restaurant. Rent is on his way home, and he thinks it was unfortunate that Loris wasn't a liar and a crook. His vision starts turning red as he thinks it would have been better for him that way. He was hoping to try out something sinister on some bad guys. He arrives at their cottage, and his vision gets even more static. He wonders what he's thinking as he falls to his knees and calls Lorraine's name in a sinister voice. He walks into the house with his vision completely covered in red. Lorraine asks him if he encountered the dragon at the labyrinth, and he tells her he didn't. She asks him where he kept the letters from the capital so she can reply to whoever wrote to her. Rent answers her, but she notices he sounds different. She asks him if anything happened to him, and he tells her he's in a good mood. Lorraine is about to ask if something good happened to him, but he just hugs her out of the blue. She wonders if he's drunk, but then she remembers an undead cannot get drunk. Lorraine is enjoying the moment when suddenly Rent bares his teeth and sinks them into her neck. She pushes him off her, wondering if the real Rent is still somewhere inside his body. Rent is surprised by how delicious her juice is, but she calls his name and he regains himself. She uses her magic to knock him down and put him to sleep. She tells him she doesn't mind him eating her as long as he does it when he's sober. Rent wakes up later at night with a splitting headache. He remembers being in the labyrinth with Loris. Lorraine asks him if he feels controlled by any creature or some unnatural impulse. He tells her he's not being controlled, and Lorraine is relieved. He apologizes to Lorraine, but Lorraine sums it up as an unfortunate accident. Rent tries to tell her it's more than that, but she stops him from talking. She asks him how much he remembers before he blacked out, and he tells her he remembers attacking her. He tells her he remembers meeting a man at the labyrinth, and then he talked about an appetizing meal. That was when he lost control, and once he saw Lorraine, he thought she was too delicious to pass up. She tells him it's right for a ghoul to crave a human. She asks him if he remained unhurt after she hit him with her magic, and he tells her he's all right. She tells him to get some rest, and she tells him she'll also get some rest. She's walking to her room, but he tells her he wants to see where he hurt her. She draws back her cloth to reveal the bite mark. She tells him she's out healing potions, but she'll make one the following day. Rent heals the wound, and she's surprised to see he can use his divinity skill to that extent. He tells her he can heal minor injuries, and she tells him the healing sensation is very pleasant. Rent finishes healing her, and she takes off the bandage. Rent can still see some bite marks, and he decides to heal her even more. Lorraine notices he's looking different. He takes off his clothes to look at himself, and she tells him he can tell people the scars on his body are from old battles. He looks at his face in the mirror, and he's surprised to see his mask has also changed. The lower half of his face is showing, and Rent tells Lorraine that part should remain hidden. The mask responds by hiding the power part of his face and showing just the upper part of his face. Lorraine wonders if the mask is reacting to his will, and Rent changes the mask to show his lower face. Lorraine asks him if he can remove the mask now that it follows his will. Rent tries removing it, but it remains stuck. Lorraine also tries pulling it off his face, but it doesn't budge. She's confused by this, but since he still looks like an undead, she figures it's best the mask stays on. The mask changes back to cover his lower face, and Rent tells her he would leave it like that for the time being. Lorraine also notices that Rent's voice is much clearer now, and he wonders if he went through an existential evolution. He's confused about why his evolution was delayed, because the last time he evolved was right after he defeated a monster. Lorraine wonders if his evolution was caused by the consumption of her flesh and blood. She tells him the idea isn't so far-fetched, because he now looks more like a thrall than a ghoul. Thralls are monsters who are servants of vampires. They're ranked lower than vampires, and Lorraine tells Rent he looks very similar to one. Rent wonders why he would evolve into a thrall, and Lorraine tells him the concept of existential evolution is still a mystery to scholars. She tells him she has a hypothesis, and tells him not to fall asleep while she explains it to him. She follows his evolution from a skeleton to a ghoul, and asks him if it wasn't a weird change. Rent is lost, and she explains that existential evolution involves a monster turning into a higher rank of itself. She wonders if the ghoul is the only higher-ranking version of a skeleton. Rent tells her there are skeleton knights and skeleton soldiers, which are higher versions of the skeleton. Lorraine tells him that there have been stories of skeletons changing to ghouls, but nobody knows if it was by chance or for a certain reason. She tells him her theory is he wanted to become a particular monster, and he was thinking in that direction during his evolution. Rent realized that he wanted to become something more human, like during his latest transformation. He wonders why he turned into a ghoul instead of a vampire, which looks closer to a human. Lorraine.
It's probably the amount of magical power you drain from the monster that you kill that increases it. And then
Lesser be late nights and early mornings. First draft.
He tells him it could be similar to the guild system rank, and he has to meet certain criteria to evolve. Lorraine explains that when they carried out experiments on lesser animals, it was determined that their evolution was determined by their environment. She tells him it may not have been the environment of the creatures, but the creatures themselves that caused their evolution. She tells him that may be the ability he has. He understands that if he tries hard enough, he can become a vampire and eventually become a human again. She tells him she's not sure he can become a human again. She tells him he may need to do more than slay monsters to achieve his next existential evolution. He understands that he would need to meet many more conditions to become a vampire. He tells Lorraine there is a lot they don't know about his evolution, and she tells him their discussion was just a hypothesis because they're not even sure of all they said. She tells him the best bet is to take things step by step, and she offers to help him through his journey. He thanks her for offering her help. She tells him it's time for him to become a lab rat, and she tells him to take off his clothes. She tells him all she'll do to him to find out all she needs to know about him. Rent is horrified by the thought of it all, but she tells him they'll start the experiment the following day. Rent is surprised by this, and Lorraine tells him it's common sense to know he's already tired. The next day, Lorraine is still sleeping, but Rent is already outside swinging his sword to find out how his body feels. He's convinced he feels fine, but he looks at his sword to see its edge jagged. He can't go into the labyrinth with such a sword, and he knows Cloak would be upset when he takes it to him. He takes it to Cloak, and Cloak tells him the sword is irreparable. Rent apologizes for infusing the sword with divinity. Cloak now understands why the sword was so battered. He tells Rent there shouldn't be any monsters nearby that require divinity to be defeated, and Rent tells him he encountered a giant skeleton in an uncharted territory. Cloak can't believe his ears, and now he understands why Rent has such a weird equipment set. He asks Rent if he fully explored the territory, and Rent tells him he's yet to do that. He asks Cloak if he can finish his sword as soon as possible. Cloak was already expecting his request, and he tells Rent his sword is not even close to being finished. He gives him a replacement for his battered sword, but this one is slightly better. Rent leaves the shop, happy he got a replacement. As Rent is walking down the street, he spots Isabel and Loris buying foodstuff to prepare meals at their restaurant. Loris announces to everyone that the Red Dragon Pavilion would be reopening that day. Rent is happy to hear this, and he walks away silently. Lorraine explains to Rent how alchemy can make things which are naturally harmless to humans fatal, not just to them, but to larger animals as well. Rent is intrigued by the principle of alchemy, and though he previously agreed to go along with Lorraine's experiment, he begins to reconsider for fear of his life. Lorraine mixes up a poison that Rent tries out. He begins to make guttural sounds, and Lorraine asks if she should cast the antidote spell. He tells her the poison didn't harm him, but its taste was awful. She tells him he's probably the only one who's lived to complain of the taste of the poison. Lorraine can now conclude that Rent is immune to poison, but somehow he can still make use of herbs and potions. She envies his body, but she's getting sleepy. She asks Rent if he would need to get some sleep now that he's a thrall. He tells her he's fine with very little sleep, and Lorraine envies his body even more. She asks him how his appetite is, and he tells her that he still faintly craves human meat and juice. She hands him a vial, and he asks if it's another kind of poison. She tells him to open it and find out. Rent opens it and sniffs its contents, and he's surprised to smell human juice. Lorraine tells him it's her juice, which she kept put into the vial and preserved with magic. Though she knows Rent is opposed to consuming human juice, she tells him he has to consume it regularly so he doesn't go berserk. Rent pours a drop on his finger, and he locks it off. He's surprised by how sweet it tastes, and Lorraine asks him if he's satisfied with just one drop. He tells her that drop was enough to quench his thirst, and he'll savor the rest bit by bit. Rent tells Lorraine he wants to head out, and he advises her to get some sleep. She asks him if he's going back to the labyrinth, and he tells her he'll go there, but he will stop by the guild first. Lorraine wonders what he's going to be doing at the guild, and he tells her he's going there to take a request. She tells him if he's going there to take a request, he has to show his adventurer certificate, which contains his name. She tells him his look will cause chaos in the guild. Rent tells her, though he looks a lot different than he used to, nobody would pay him much attention since he's just a bronze rank adventurer. She tells him his rank is irrelevant because the guild thinks too highly of him because of what he has done for them. She's sure they will surely notice a change in his appearance. Rent tries to downplay it as minor errands, but she tells him he's thinking too low of himself. She tells him there have been rumors that the guild wants to recruit him as a staffer. Renter tells her the rumors didn't reach his ears. He wonders why they want to pick him instead of an accomplished adventurer. She tells him they probably didn't tell him because he wasn't planning to retire just yet. Rent asks her how she knows so much about that, and she tells him she has several acquaintances in the guild. Rent tells her he would be thankful for such an offer from the guild, but he has no interest in retiring and becoming a staffer. Lorraine knew that was going to be his answer, and she wondered what their next step should be. For Rent to rank up, he needs to pass the rank promotional exam, but to do that he needs to attain some achievements before he can take the exam. The achievement requires him to take requests in his name, but if the guild finds out about his current state, that would be the end of his adventure life. Lorraine gets an idea, and she tells Rent to change his identity, and Rent is shocked by her idea. The next day, Rent walks into the guild wearing his full costume and looking quite mysterious. He draws the glances of some adventurers as he enters. He looks around, and he feels nostalgic, remembering the last time he entered the guild. He spots Sheila, and he's glad to see she's doing well. She notices him and asks him if he's new to the guild. He approaches her and tells her he wants to register as a new adventurer. She hands him a form to fill, and she tells him she can fill the other information saved for his name. He tells her he can write, and she apologizes for assuming he's illiterate. She tells him he only needs to fill in the needed information, and he can leave the other parts empty. She tells him to write his specialities and the kind of magic so they can give him more requests. Rent remembers when he first filled out the form 10 years ago. Back then he didn't even know what his specialty was, and he ended up writing only his name and age. But since then his convictions haven't changed. He recalls the previous night when Lorraine suggested he register under a different name, and he told her double registration is against the rules. She told him that there's no way for the guild to confirm that he's the same person, and even if they found out, it won't be a big deal. She told him if he told them his name, they would want to find out why he looked so different. She told him if he goes as a wanderer that wants to become an adventurer, they won't ask about his suspicious outlook. Rent agreed with her, and she told him it was too bad he couldn't transfer his previous achievements. She told him he would have to start as an iron rank adventurer. Rent told her he didn't mind because his goal remained the same. His goal is to one day become a mithril rank adventurer. He submits the form to Sheila, who looks at his name, and she's surprised he's named Rent Vivi. He asks her why she's surprised, and she tells him an adventurer named recently went missing. He asks her if she's talking about Rent Faina, and she tells him that's who she's talking about. She asks him how he knows about Rent, and he tells her he heard it from Lorraine. She asks him if he's related to Lorraine, and he tells her they are related and he's lodging with her. She tells him she heard a strange person was visiting Lorraine regularly, and she secretly hoped it was Rent. She tells Rent he filled out the form properly. She tells him to wait for her while she handles the registration procedure. Rent is glad he told her he was related to Lorraine. He didn't want the rumors to ruin her reputation. Rent is positive he can start afresh since his name is very common, and it's not strange to see adventurers with a weird get-up. Sheila comes back and hands him his ID card, telling him he's now an iron rank adventurer. She tells him to take care of himself, and he takes it.
I'm back, party people.
ID card and walks away. He goes to the labyrinth and he hears a screech somewhere in the labyrinth. He wonders if it's a goblin. Then he hears the voices of some adventurers engaged in a battle close by. The voice sounds like a young person, and Rent moves to the direction it's coming from. He finds the two adventurers battling a goblin. The male adventurer is a swordsman, and the female is a healer. Judging by their looks, he figures out that they are novices. Rent can see they work well together, so he decides to leave them be and walk away. Rent used to help greenhorns around the labyrinth, but he can't anymore because his current appearance would scare them. Rent decides to go back to the hidden room before someone else finds it. Rent knows information about undiscovered parts of the labyrinth is valuable, so he wants to explore the hidden area and report it to the guild. This would be an achievement, especially for someone with such a low rank. He walks to the teleportation circle on the other side of the room, and he's teleported to another room. He walks into the room and looks around to see children's toys on the floor. He tries to pick up a teddy bear, but it scatters in his hands. He walks further into the room and goes through some curtains. He sees a skeleton lying on the bed, but it doesn't look like an undead. He's surprised to find out someone is living inside the labyrinth. He tries to pick up the flower beside the skeleton when someone suddenly speaks up behind him. The lady asks him what he's doing, and he doesn't like his chances with her. He tells her he was searching the room for something valuable since he's an adventurer. She tells him he was searching for something to steal, and she asks him if he's willing to lose his life for it. She tells him there are some things she can't forgive, and one of those is having her place disturbed. She attacks Rent, and he tries to use his divinity to block it, but the attack is too powerful and pushed back into the wall. His clothes disintegrate, and he's hurt by her attack, but he manages to get back on his feet. The lady is surprised by how his body looks, and he tells her didn't end up like that of his own volition. Though she wanted to attack again, she now understands how Rent managed to enter the room, and she relaxes. She apologizes to him for misunderstanding him and burning his clothes. She gives him her coat to compensate, and she tells him to keep the place a secret because it's special. She tells him no other person can enter the room unless he's with them, and she gives him an acacia map so he doesn't return empty-handed. Rent opens the map, but it's empty. She tells him the map magically records anywhere where its owner has traveled through. She tells him their trade is complete, and she will be sending him back to the entrance. She tells him she would wish him good health, but it won't be of any use to him in his current condition. Rent's vision becomes fuzzy, and he wakes up at the entrance of the labyrinth. He returns to Lorraine and explains everything to her. She asks him if he's under some kind of curse because of the things that happened to him. He tells her it's not his fault he's running into them, and she tells him that's why she said he's cursed. She looks at the map, and she tells him it's safe to use. He asks her how to use it, and she tells him it didn't react to her magic. She tells him to try his magic, and when he does, the map becomes filled. Rent recognizes it as the labyrinth of the moon's reflection, and Lorraine is amazed. She notices a mark and asks Rent what it is, but Rent doesn't know. He points at it, and it shows names, and Rent recognizes the names as a pair of new adventurers he saw in the labyrinth. Lorraine figures out that the map is showing the names of people in the labyrinth and their positions. Lorraine can't believe how valuable the map is. She asks Rent if he can bring up the path of other labyrinths, and he tries bringing up the map of another labyrinth. The map changes, but it's not complete, and Rent remembers the lady said the map only records places he has been to. Rent asks her to take a look at the robe to make sure it's not cursed, and she tells him he would know if it's cursed since he already has it equipped. She tells him the robe is of good quality with high magic resistance and good defense. She tells him its defense is more than regular armor, and he tells her he got a good deal out of his expedition. She tells him he should be more worried about the identity of the woman who almost sent him to meet his ancestors. He tells her he doesn't know the lady's identity, but she is very powerful. He thinks she would be stronger than a gold-class adventurer. She tells him she's curious about the room he found, because it means someone can make living spaces in a labyrinth. Rent tells her he would visit the labyrinth the next day, and she commends him for being brave despite him almost losing his life. He tells her the lady didn't tell him not to return. She only told him not to tell the guild about the room. Lorraine tells him it seems the lady wants to be left alone, and he tells her he'll just go back to talk. He goes to the labyrinth the next day, and he reflects on Lorraine's words about him being cursed. He remembers the day he met the dragon and got cursed, and how he can't take off the cursed mask. He knows most people would pity him, but he sees his situation as an opportunity to get stronger and get the highest adventurer rank. He arrives at the entrance, but the entrance is gone. He looks at the map, but that area is empty, and he figures out that the lady doesn't want him coming back just yet. Back at the guild, Sheila is discussing with an adventurer who asks her if she's heard from Rent. She tells him she doesn't have any news, and the adventurer tells her to keep him posted. She can see that a lot of adventurers are worried about him because he inspired them. He also inspired her to be a good build employee, and she remembers when she first met him. Rent suddenly appears in front of her, and she apologizes for being lost in thought. He hands her a request and tells her he wants to take it up. She sees that he needs to fight off 3 strong orcs, and she tells him she can't recommend the request for an iron rank adventure. He tells her he has defeated orcs before, and she grants him the request.
It's shipped. It's never just a delivery order. It's shopped same day in the same way.
She tells him not to do anything reckless, and he tells her he understands because he has just one life. He tells her he understands the fact more than anyone else. Lorraine is still contemplating how Rent would take the promotional exam with his current looks. She suggests he register at the guild under a different name, and Rent protests, telling her it's against the rules to register twice. She tells him the guild can't confirm he's the same person, and it won't be a big deal if he's eventually found out. She tells him if they find out his true identity, they will want to know how he ended up as an undead. But if he registers as a random traveler looking to become an adventurer, no one would pay attention to his suspicious look. The only downside is that he'll have to start from the lowest adventurer rank since he can't transfer his previous achievements. Rent tells her he doesn't mind that because his goal is to one day become the highest ranking adventurer. Rent returns to the guild after completing his first request, and Sheila is shocked by how quickly he completed it. He brings out his magic bag and hands over the orc meat. She commends how well the meat was cut and preserved, telling him the request giver would be pleased. Rent notices something is amiss, and he asks her what's wrong. She tells him to wait for a moment. She walks away, and some adventurers who overheard Rent saying he slayed 3 orcs wonder how he was able to do it since he's a low-rank adventurer. Rent overhears them, and he understands that he completed a request that was beyond his rank. Sheila comes back with a scroll that she hands over to Rent. She tells him she spoke with the higher up at the guild. She asks him if he would like to participate in the bronze rank ascension exam. The guild usually doesn't allow newly registered adventurers to partake in the exam, but the higher-ups were convinced of Rent's capabilities. Rent accepts the offer. Later at night, Lorraine is surprised Rent was also asked to participate in the bronze rank ascension exam, but she thinks he deserves it given his skills. She asks him what name he used to register at the guild, and he tells her he used Rent Vivi. Lorraine almost chokes on her tea and asks him why he chose to use Vivi as his last name. She tells him the guild officials are familiar with her family name, and they may get suspicious of him. He tells her he didn't want people to think that a weird man was staying over at her house, so he named himself as a relative. She understands his perspective, but she tells him she doesn't care about her public image. Everyone already thinks of her as a worthless scholar who couldn't make it to Capital. She doesn't care if people look at her weirdly anymore. Rent tells her she's helped him too much already, and he didn't want to cause her more trouble. On the topic of helping, she tells him he does so many chores in the house that she may end up being indebted to her. Rent tells her that can never be possible because he only retained his sense of humanity because of her. Lorraine tells him he can be her roommate for eternity without paying rent. She tells him since they're now relatives, he doesn't have to be so reserved around her. Rent is even more grateful to her now. The next day, Rent goes into the guild, and a guild official asks him who he is. Rent introduces himself and tells the man he's there for the Ascension exam. The man now recognizes him, and Sheila calls out to him, telling him she didn't expect him to come to the guild that day. She thought he would be studying to take part in the next exam, since he didn't have time to prepare for it. Rent tells her the next exam is months away, and he can't wait. An adventurer comes late happy to have made it, but Rent knows he will have some points deducted for being late. The guild official calls the attention of all the Iron Rank adventurers. He tells them the Bronze Rank Ascension exam is about to begin. The first exam will test the adventurer's knowledge about guild regulations, monster materials, and everything in between. Those who pass the knowledge exam will be allowed to partake in the practical exam. The practical exam always changes with each set of adventurers. Rent remembers he was asked to pick up some herbs when he first did the exam. The official asks the adventurers to follow him, and Sheila wishes Rent good luck. The adventurers sit in a room to take the written exam, and Rent looks around. More adventurers are taking the exam than he expected. He recognizes a girl as one of the duo adventurers he stumbled upon in the labyrinth. He figures out that her partner will be participating in the exam. There aren't many commoners in the town who can write. Rent was lucky to study writing and herb language back when he was still in his village. He thought that the knowledge would be vital to his dream to become an adventurer. That was why that kind of exam was a piece of cake for him, coupled with the fact that he had previously taken it. After the exam, some adventurers aren't happy with their score. Sheila congratulates Rent for getting a perfect score because not many people can achieve that. Rent tells her he's just happy he passed the exam, and he asks her what the practical exam will be. She tells him he'll form a party and perform a guild request. She pairs him with Reyes and Lola, the duo adventurers, and they form a party. Reyes tells him he's a swordsman who fights using spirit to raise his stamina, and he'll be the vanguard. Lola tells him she's a mage who can also use healing arts, so she'll be the support. Rent tells them he's also a swordsman who uses mana and spirit, and he's glad to be working with them. The guild official comes to address the adventurers, telling them they'll be performing a guild request. He tells them the location is at the Labyrinth of the New Moon, and he hands them a map. He tells them their objective is to reach the designated point on the map, and they have until sunset to achieve this. One adventurer asks if they'll all be going to the same location, and he tells them they'll complete the same request. He tells them the first party to complete the quest will be rewarded. They all understand it'll be a competition to be the first party to complete the request. They arrive at the labyrinth, and the other adventurers rush inside. Reyes asks Rent if he's ever been to the labyrinth, and Rent tells him he has. Reyes tells him he has also been to the labyrinth, and Lola tells him they didn't get very far. Reyes tells her they'll go deeper when they earn their bronze rank. They are about to go inside, but Rent stops them. He tells them they need to purchase a map, and Lola asks him why they can't use the map from the guild. Rent tells her the map was printed 15 years ago, and Lola realizes the map could be unreliable. Rent walks over to a stall, and he tells the vendor he wants to buy a map. The vendor tells him the price, and they're shocked by the amount. Rent tells him he just needs the map for the first floor, and he makes a good bargain. The vendor agrees to it, and he hands Rent the map. Reyes wonders if the vendor's map would be accurate, and Rent asks him to compare it with the one from the guild. They compare them, and they can spot some differences.
Everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it.
No, sir.
Ready to take the next step in your career? Earn the credentials you need to secure your future.
The new map also shows the location of the traps in the labyrinth, and they are happy they can make their way through the labyrinth without worry. The vendor advises them to follow Rent closely if they want to pass the exam. Lola wonders why the maps are so different, and Rent tells him the guild may intentionally mislead them. He tells them to never let their guard down because the exam was designed to test their mettle as adventurers. Reyes isn't too happy about this, and Rent tells him the guild can be nasty sometimes. They enter the labyrinth, and they're soon intercepted by some skeletons. Rent tells them not to let up their guard against the skeleton, and Reyes heeds his advice. Lola uses her magic to enhance his skills, and he charges at the skeleton. They defeat them easily, and Rent is impressed with their capabilities despite their young age. Reyes is having some problems with one skeleton, but Rent comes to his aid. Lola is worried about the unusual number of monsters they had to face. Rent thinks something must have attracted them, and he walks up to a pouch on the ground. Reyes wonders how skeletons can be lured, and Rent shows him the pouch of incense. Reyes takes a sniff of it, wondering why it was in the labyrinth. Rent tells him he will soon find out because there's an ambush laid for them around the corner. Lola tells him the monster shouldn't be that smart, and Rent tells her the monsters aren't. He tells her it's other adventurers trying to ambush them. Reyes is scared of fighting other adventurers. Rent decides to go on first, and he tells them to be prepared to back him up. Rent walks up to the corner cautiously and swiftly turns around it. An adventurer tries to attack him, but he blocks it. Reyes and Lola run up to him, and Rent leaves the first adventurer to Reyes since he's the vanguard. He rushes to the other adventurers in the ambush party. The archer of the ambush party tries to bring him down with an arrow, but he dodges it. The archer tries to notch another arrow, but Rent knocks him down before he can. The mage tries to take Rent down with a fire spell, but Rent cuts through it, which scares the daylight out of the mage. Rent breaks his staff and knocks him out. Raze is having some trouble with the swordsman, and Lola comes to his aid. She casts a bright light to distract the swordsman, and Raze uses that opportunity to launch his attack. Rent can see they're doing well, so he decides to leave them to it. They take down the swordsman with some teamwork, and they capture the adventurers. Lola wonders why fellow participants would ambush them. Raze tells her they did it because they want them to fail, since the examiner told all adventurers to do whatever they want. Rent tells them monsters aren't the only harmful thing in the labyrinth. They now understand why adventurers should never let their guard down. Raze tells Rent he would follow his lead from then on, and Rent tells them they have to proceed carefully. After they leave, another adventurer comes out of the shadows, impressed that Rent was able to predict the ambush. He frees the ambush party, and he tells them Rent noticed they work for the guild. They wonder who he is, and the shadow adventurer tells them he reminds him of someone else. He thinks his sister's information was accurate. Sheila goes into the guildmaster's office, and he sternly tells her he heard a rumor about Rent Vivi. She asks him what he heard, and he tells her people think he may be a culprit. He tells her he doesn't have a previous record, and he came out of nowhere, which makes him very suspicious. He tells her to report back to him if she finds out anything about him. Rent and his party arrive at a door, and Lola figures out that a labyrinth boss is behind the door. Rent asks Raze if they've ever fought a boss, and he tells him they have never because 2 iron rank adventurers won't survive it. Suddenly, a party comes up behind them, and they're surprised they didn't get there first. Rent is relieved that more adventurers have arrived. The leader of the party makes fun of Rent's party and asks Lola to join their party since she's cute, but Raze tells them to back off. They're about to pick a fight, but Rent points his sword at the party leader. The leader tells him he was just joking, and Rent tells him he doesn't take jokes well. The leader tells Rent they weren't trying to go in before them, but Rent tells him they can go in because they want to take a break. They apologize to Rent, and they go in. They think Rent is stupid for giving up his spot and letting them go in first. Raze thinks they'll lose because they let another party in first, but Lola notices that Rent has a plan. Raze thinks that Rent wants them to see what a boss fight is like, and Rent tells him it's not only that. The rude party cries out in pain, and they run out carrying the injured member. Lola recognizes some of the guild staff, and Rent tells them they won't be Ice Guy even if they lose the boss fight. Raze motivates himself to enter the boss's room. Rent is glad that Raze was able to strengthen his resolve, and they walk into the boss room. Raze wonders if Rent just wanted them to see how a boss fight would go, but Rent tells him he also wants him to know that he won't lose his life if he loses. Rent tells him he can turn back from a fight he knows he can't win, but Raze knows that if he walks away from this fight, he won't be able to ever return. If that happens, Raze knows he won't ever become a true adventurer, and Lola is moved by his resolve. Rent can see that he has made his resolve, and they walk into the boss room. They look around the room, watching out for the boss so it doesn't take them by surprise. Suddenly, a huge transparent slime with a crystal at its core rises from the ground before them. They all get ready to battle the Grand Slime, and Raze is confident they won't lose like the previous party of adventurers. Raze thinks it would be a good idea to write in their report that they defeated the boss after the first party lost to it. But Rent thinks they are getting the wrong idea because the request didn't ask them to defeat the boss. It would have been easier for them if the previous party defeated the boss. But Rent sees it as an opportunity to learn about the hardships of life. Raze rushes at the Grand Slime, and it's about to attack him by, he predicts it, and dodges perfectly. Rent tells him to aim for the slime's core, but as soon as Raze sinks his sword into the slime, he can't drive it any further. The slime knocks him to the ground, but he gets up and dodges its next series of attacks. Lola is about to help him with her magic, but Rent tells her to focus on gathering her mana. Rent is confident that they would be able to take down the Grand Slime with their capabilities if they work together efficiently. Before they entered the room, Rent told Raze that physical attacks don't work against the slime. He told him they would have to use magic attacks against it, and he asked Lola if she could cast a strong fire spell. Lola told him she could, but it would take time for her to finish casting it. Rent told her he would handle the slime's attack while she was casting it, but Raze told him he'd like to handle that.
Roundup Ghoul action. Kills and prevents weeds for up to 4 months.
Roundup. This stuff works.
We really need a bit of power slide.
That would have been great.
Let's see if Firefly can help.
Raze is barely holding his own against the slime, so Lola asks Rent to give him a hand. The slime is about to overwhelm Raze with its attacks, but Rent steps on and fends it off. He keeps slicing through the blobs the slime throws at them, and Raze does the same as well. Lola finally gathers enough mana to cast her spell, and she informs them of this. She casts her fire spell at the slime, and it melts. Lola is happy her spell worked well against it, and Rent tells Raze to finish off the slime before it regenerates. Raze cuts through the slime's core, and they're glad they were able to defeat a boss. Rent brings out a bottle and tells them they need to gather the slime fluid because it can fetch them a handful of money. They begin filling their bottles with the slime fluid, but some adventurers use that opportunity to run past them and head for the finish line. Raze is about to go after them, but Lola tells him to let them go forward. Rent knew that Lola would notice that there was a trap ahead. A sleeping gas is suddenly released and the adventurers pass out. Rent expected the trap because people tend to let their guard down just before they reach their goal. Rent tells them even if the adventurers reach the goal before them, it wouldn't be a problem. Lola figures out that the test isn't about finishing it first. She reminds Raze that the guild master never said the party who finishes first is the one that passed the test. He only said the first party to finish would receive a perk. Everyone misunderstood that as the party who finished first would win the test because they led them to believe that. Raze now realizes he shouldn't have been worried about finishing first all this time. Rent tells him they just have to complete the test within the time limit, and Raze tells him he would have appreciated the information a lot sooner. Rent tells him he has to be able to think for himself as a first-rate adventurer. They get to the final destination and open the door to the room. A guild official welcomes them, telling them they are the first ones to reach the destination. They don't trust him, and they demand he shows them proof of his identity as a guild official. He shows them his official letter, and they now believe him. He hands them bronze crests, and he tells them once they present the crests to the receptionist, they would be confirmed as bronze rank adventurers. Raze asks him about the perks the guild master said the first party will get. The official gives them some potions as their gifts for being first, and Raze is so happy to take them. Rent asks them to escort him through a detour on the way back. They go down a flight of stairs, and Raze thinks they'll get to the second level when they go through the door. Rent tells him the labyrinth is a place that defies human understanding, and he's about to witness that firsthand. They go through the door and find themselves in a huge serene lush with greenery and a sun overhead. Raze is amazed, and he wonders how the sun is shining underground. Lola heard stories about the scenery of the labyrinth changing with each floor, but she never expected it to be this breathtaking. Rent tells them this is the kind of world that they would be facing henceforth, and they're both hyped up. Raze wants to explore the forest a bit, but Rent tells him they have to return to the guild to complete the test, and he's bummed out by this. They make their way back to the guild, and when they get there both Raze and Lola are exhausted because of the traps they had to go through. They now fully understand why Rent said the guild can be very nasty sometimes. They submit the crests to Sheila at the reception desk, and she confirms the end of their bronze rank ascension exam. Raze asks her if they're now bronze rank adventurers, but she seems skeptical. A guild official gives her a report and tells her she can confirm them as bronze rank adventurers. Raze asks her what is happening, and Rent tells him the official was watching them the entire time during the exam, but the others didn't realize it. The official tells them an adventurer's personality becomes more apparent during the exam, and they can't promote anyone with an unfit personality. Lola asks him how they did, and Sheila tells her they did well and are now officially bronze rank adventurers. Raze and Lola are overjoyed that they passed. They are glad they left the village against the advice of their parents to become adventurers. Rent is glad he has achieved his bronze rank once again. They leave the guild, and he thanks Raze and Lola for their assistance. Raze tells him they should be the ones thanking him, and he promises they won't forget the lessons he taught them. He tells Rent he feels like a proper adventurer for the first time thanks to him. Lola would have loved for them to stay together, but she can tell that Rent has a different goal. She knows that he taught them different things during the test, so they would be able to fight on their own. They tell him he'll always be their friend, and they hope they'll meet again someday. They get on their carriage and leave the city. Sheila thinks they are nice kids, and Rent tells her that though he was guiding them, they also helped him realize some things. Sheila tells Rent she would like to ask him a question, and Rent realizes that she has figured out his true identity. He asks her if the guild will punish him for what he did, but Sheila tells him she's the one who'll be asking the questions. Rent tells her he won't show himself at the guild again if they've discovered his secret. He's about to walk away, but Sheila holds him back and tells him she just wants to know what happened to his body. They decide to go somewhere private, and though Rent wanted to run away, he heard the worry in Sheila's voice, and he knew he had to answer her. They enter a private room, and Rent tells her he's in some deep trouble, but he doesn't want anyone to intervene, including the guild. She tells him she hasn't informed the guild about him, and he wonders why she's keeping it a secret. She tells him she's not sure he's the same Rent, and she wants to confirm his identity herself. She tells him she told the official who watched them during the exam a little about him, but he's her brother, so she assures him that he won't leak his secret. She asks him to tell her what happened to his body. She knows Rent won't trust her easily, so she presents him with a magic contract she had made. Whoever signs a magic contract and breaks their oath will incur a penalty enforced by magic. Sheila promises to resign from the guild and register as a slave in a country if she leaks his secret. Rent tells her she's doing way too much, and he asks her why she's going to such lengths for him. She tells him she just wants to help him because she only got so far because of him. She tells him there are many people indebted to him, though he may not realize it. Rent decides to sign the contract and explain everything to Sheila. After signing, he wonders how he'll tell her the story, but he decides to just show her to save time. He takes off.
Decide to leave. Enroll in ROTC to become an army officer. Before you throw another controller, maybe break up with your lag instead. Switch to Optimum Fiber.
Off his hood and tweaks his mask to reveal his eyes. Sheila gets a glimpse of his face and she looks frightened. Rent sees that his face scares her, and he tells her it may be better she doesn't know more about what happened to him. She tells him she doesn't want to remain ignorant about his situation. She asks him how it happened, and he tells her he turned into an undead. Sheila tells him that's impossible, and he can understand her confusion. Rent tells her to have a rethink to see if she can actually help him. He tells her he has no intention of hurting anyone, but he knows she can't easily trust him in his current state. He gets up to leave the room, but Sheila stops him. She tells him she believes that he won't attack anyone, even if he's an undead, because he's still the same kind person he's always been. She tells him she will help him because he has helped a lot of people before, including her. She takes his hand, and she assures him she'll help him if it's a matter relating to the guild. They both go to Lorraine's house, and she's surprised to see Sheila with Rent. Sheila tells her she has something to discuss with her, and Sheila is surprised she's paying her a visit so late. Lorraine asks Rent if he laid his hands on Sheila, but Sheila tells her he only relayed some information to her. Lorraine invites her into the house, and she apologizes that her place is messy. Rent knows the place isn't messy because he cleaned up before leaving. Lorraine asks Sheila what she knows, and she tells her Rent told her he was turned into a monster, but he doesn't attack people. Lorraine is surprised Sheila still decided to pay her a visit after hearing that. She tells her she's like a young girl going into the house of a witch and a monster, and she shouldn't be surprised if she gets boiled to be used as dinner. Sheila tells her she's nothing but a scholar, but Lorraine tells her she's just using that title as a cover to perpetrate her evil deeds. She tells Sheila she hunts for young girls during the night to help keep her skin smooth. Sheila laughs it off, but Lorraine tells her that is the monster Rent currently is, and the smile disappears off Sheila's face. Rent knows that if Sheila says the wrong thing, Lorraine would take her out without hesitation. Sheila tells Lorraine she knows that's what Rent is, and Lorraine is satisfied with her answer. She tells Sheila she wasn't being mean to her, and they decide to have dinner together. After having dinner, Sheila praises Rent's cooking skills, and he tells her he learnt it from his hometown. Sheila gives Rent a payment for all the housework he does, and he takes a drop from the bottle. Sheila realizes that Rent is a lesser vampire. Lorraine asks about the magic contract, and Rent tells her the contract entails that Sheila won't reveal his identity. Sheila tells her Rent has been catching the attention of a lot of people. She tells them there have been many cases of novice adventurers going missing all over the kingdom. Lorraine asks her how they know it wasn't done by Monster, and Sheila tells her they don't find the adventurers' belongings. The guild thinks it's a mass kidnapping, and because of Rent's sudden appearance and suspicious look, they think he's the mastermind behind it. Sheila tells them Rent is too good to be a novice, and other adventurers are spreading rumors about him out of jealousy. Rent is happy he's good enough to make people jealous, but Lorraine tells him it's nothing to joke about. Sheila tells him he's in a sticky situation and he decides to lay off labyrinth exploration for a while. Sheila asks him to be more specific, and he decides to stay away from labyrinths for about 4 days. Reyes and Lola are at the guild looking for a third adventurer to join their party so they can explore the second floor. The guild master can see that the new adventurers are enthusiastic. He asks Sheila about Rent Vivi, who participated in these games, and she tells him he has a suitable personality. He asks her for an update on Rent Fena because they wanted him to become a guild staff when he retired. A little commotion catches his attention, and he tells Sheila to take care of it. Sheila tells him the new Rent is also a wonderful adventurer. Elaine is still in bed, but the sound of Rent leaving the house wakes her up. She thinks he's off to the labyrinth, but she remembers he can't go to the labyrinth until he's cleared of the kidnapping suspicions. She thinks he should take things easy, but she knows that it's beyond him to do that. Rent tests out his new sword, and he's impressed with Cloak's work. Cloak tells him he tuned it to his taste because he knows how he tends to do things. Rent realizes Cloak knows his real identity. Cloak tells him to try out the sword's abilities. Rent decides to test his mana ability, and he easily splits a log of wood. Cloak can see that he has gotten a lot better at handling a sword, and his mana is much stronger. Rent decides to try controlling the sword's strength with his spirit ability. He splits a log of wood by just piercing through it. He decides to test out his divinity ability, and he cuts through the wood logs easily. Rent is impressed with the sword because it doesn't budge even when he infuses it with divinity. Cloak notices that new sprouts are growing from the wood pieces Rent cut. Rent figures out that it's the power of divinity. Cloak wonders how he can use the power of divinity because a person needs to be blessed by a god to use it. Rent tells him he repaired a small shrine a long time ago on a whim. Cloak is surprised Rent is religious, but Rent tells him he didn't even know the god, but he thinks it's a low-ranking god. Cloak decides to keep a piece of wood because he thinks it'll contain divinity if he nurtures it. Rent tells Cloak he wants to keep practicing with his sword, and Cloak is surprised because he has tested his 3 abilities. Rent tells him he wants to try using the 3 abilities at once, and Cloak provides him with a huge log of wood. Cloak asks him if he knows about Mana Spirit Fusion Art. Rent tells him he has heard rumors about it. Cloak explains that the technique entails the activation of the mana and spirit abilities to increase power exponentially. Rent realizes it's a technique only masters can use. Cloak tells him that if a person fails to perform it properly, their body will explode. Cloak thinks that Rent is deterred, but Rent decides to try it out, because he knows he'll survive even if his body explodes. Cloak gives Rent his sword, so he doesn't have to use his new sword, in case the technique is too powerful for it. He tells Rent his sword can't use divinity. Rent takes his sword, and he gets ready to try out the technique. He infuses the sword with mana, and he assembles spirit on his other hand. Rent tries to fuse both techniques, but he's having a hard time putting them together. He decides to quickly strike the wood down before he loses control. Cloak could see that he had a hard time controlling it, and he wondered if Rent would still add divinity to the fusion because he thinks it'll be too dangerous. Rent tells him he'll do it anyway. He does the spirit mana fusion, and he triggers his divinity as well. Rent realizes he has the power to perform the fusion. He decides to do it so he can achieve his dreams of becoming the highest ranking adventurer. He uses all his might to infuse his sword with the 3 techniques, and Cloak wonders if he's okay because things weren't looking good from his point of view. Rent keeps trying to infuse the sword with the technique, but Cloak notices the sword is about to break, and he warns Rent. Rent decides to strike out with the sword, but after the strike, the sword crumbles into dust. The log of wood turns into a ball, and Cloak is surprised. Rent apologizes for destroying his sword, and Cloak tells him the divinity technique is too powerful to be used on just any weapon because it can undo the weapon's forging. He tells Rent he forged his sword to handle a good amount of divinity.
At Apartments.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. From the neighborhood level, the unit level, down to the cellular level. Hey, little guy. Apartments.com, the place, to find a place.
But it won't be able to withstand the new technique he's trying to learn. He tells him not to use anything more than the magic fusion art. Rent remembers the wizard who cursed him and he wonders what he'll do when he meets an opponent that cannot be defeated with the technique. Cloak suggests that he makes more swords for Rent, but Rent tells him he doesn't have the money to pay for that. Cloak tells Rent he's aware. Rent walks down an alley, realizing he'll need good equipment to achieve the highest rank. He decides to start saving for them, but he hears a quarrel somewhere in the alley. A boy asks an adventurer for a request, but the adventurer tells him he can't take a request outside the guild because it'll come back to bite him. The boy begs the adventurer, but the adventurer is getting pissed at the man for begging so much. Rent steps in, and the adventurer wonders who he is. Rent tells the adventurer he'll take care of the boy's request. They're surprised, but Rent offers the adventurer a bribe, and he leaves. The boy is scared to be left alone with Rent. Rent tells him he's an adventurer, and he wants to hear his request. The boy is surprised, but he tells Rent to exterminate the Master of the Lake. Rent is surprised by the title given to a monster. They head out on a carriage, and Rent doesn't like the request or the reward. The boy introduced himself to Rent as Runtus, and he told Rent he came from a village called Todd's. Rent knows about the village and its unique festival. Runtus told Rent they had a tradition to offer beautiful maidens capable of using mana to the Master of the Lake so that it would keep the village safe, according to legend. He told Rent they still performed the festival once a year to honor the legend, but during the festival, the Master of the Lake ate the maiden. Both Lorraine and Rent were surprised by this. Ryu told them that the Master of the Lake began demanding sacrifices more frequently, and the village maidens were used as its victims. Runtus begs Rent to help him because his little sister is the next victim. Rent realizes that Runtus's request isn't to defeat the Master of the Lake, but to save his sister. He thinks that he may not have to fight, but he still feels like something is amiss. They arrive at the village, and Rent notices that the place is quiet. Runtus tells him the village used to be more lively, but the chaos brought by the Master of the Lake took the villagers' energy. Rent looks around to see people hiding in their houses. Runtus calls out to him, and he walks over to see a door with a mark on it. He asks Runtus about the mark, and Runtus tells him the house with that mark must offer their girl to the Master of the Lake. Rent asks him if the Master of the Lake made the mark, but Runtus tells him the Master of the Lake lives in the lake, and nobody has seen its true form. He tells Rent the mark was made by the Kelpies. Rent tells him Kelpies are really strong monsters, which surprises Runtus. Runtus's sister Amaris opens the door, and he introduces Rent to her. He tells her Rent will save her, but she drags him into the house and locks the door. She scolds him for being deceived by a suspicious person from the city. Runtus tries to explain to her that Rent is a nice person, but she doesn't believe him. She tells him Rent looks very suspicious. Rent could hear their conversation because he's now a monster, and he thinks Amaris is very mean. Amaris opens the door and thanks him for listening to her brother. She tells him the festival is a tradition the village has engaged in for ages, and she can't be selfish now that it's her turn. She tells Rent to forget everything Runtus told him and return home. Rent tells her only Runtus has the right to cancel his request. Runtus is happy about this, but Amaris tries to goad him into canceling the request. He tells her he would never cancel it. Amaris tells Rent he can stay in their house if he wants to stay in the village, but warns him not to interfere with the festival. She tells him she wants to fulfill her role as a sacrifice. Later, Runtus apologizes for his sister's hard-headedness. Rent knows the festival is the next day, and he tells Runtus she won't listen if they tell her to run away. Rent wonders what Runtus wants to do, and Runtus begs him to do everything he can to save his sister. The next day, Rent is on his way back from the lake when he comes up on some traveling merchants. One of the merchants gives some kids freebies in exchange for getting their parents to buy something from them, because business hasn't been good. The children agree, and they take the freebies, but as they turn to leave, they look up to see Rent. Rent wants to ask them for a favor, but they run away because they're scared of him. The merchant notices he hasn't seen Rent in the village before. He asks him if he's there for the festival, and Rent tells him that's what he's in the village for. The merchant tells Rent he can't at a bad time because the Master of the Lake has been angered. He tells Rent that's why the villagers aren't too keen about buying things. Runtus informs him that lunch is ready, and Rent tells him he'll join them soon. He apologizes to the merchant for hindering his business, and the merchant tells him it's better he avoids the festival and leaves the village. He wonders if the merchants visit the village often, and Runtus tells him they do. Later that day, Amaris is about to be offered as a sacrifice, and the woman grooming her tells her they thought of taking her and running away. Runtus convinced them the festival should have been stopped a long time ago, but Amaris knows this will anger the master. The woman knows that Riuntis was thinking about the future of the village. This brings Amaris to tears. After everyone leaves, Rent comes to talk to her, but she tells him not to enter her tent because she's not allowed to make contact with others unnecessarily. Rent decides to talk to her from outside. He tells her he'll do something about it, and he tells her he wants her to fight back. She tells him she can't fight back because humans can't fight against monsters. Rent tells her he will fight the master alongside Riuntis, and he tells her not to do anything to make him sad because he's her only family. He then leaves, and she silently thanks him. The villagers begin the rituals for the festival. The elder recites the festival rites, and they offer Amaris and an orb as sacrifices to the master. He apologizes to Amaris, and she tells him she understands it's for the benefit of the village. She walks down the pier where she joins Riuntis and Rent. They all get in a boat and row out into the lake. A mist suddenly covers the lake, and Rent thinks it's a bit too convenient. Riuntis thinks they should head back because visibility is so low, but the orb starts glowing. Rent tells them the master is appearing, and a giant kraken suddenly appears. Amaris offers the orb to the kraken, and she pleads with it to have mercy on the village. Rent stops her because it's pointless. He knocks the orb out of her hands into the water, and he tells them to hold on tight to the boat. Rent steps out of the boat onto the lake, and they're surprised he can walk on it. Rent draws his sword, ready to unveil the identity of the monster. Fireballs shoot out of the kraken, but Rent knows.
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was a test failure, and you know, I have become so lazy. Like, the moment I'm like, oh, I've got to go into like build kite and like look at.
Knows krakens can only be found in the sea, and they don't shoot fireballs. He rushes at it, but he passes through the kraken, and he lands on the other side, where a huge boat is docked. Rent realizes that the mages on the boat put up the illusions and shot the fireballs. The merchant tells Rent he was better off leaving the village, and Rent tells him he didn't expect the master of the lake to look so ugly. The other merchants try to attack him, but he blocks their attacks and deals with them. Riuntis and Amaris row through the mist calling out to Rent, and he answers them. They're surprised to see the merchant boat. The next day, Amaris tells the village chief what happened. Amaris wonders how Rent knew, and he tells her master of an area, don't just go on a rampage unprovoked. The elder wonders what happened to the other girls, and the merchant tells him they were planning to sell them in another kingdom for a high price. The elder is glad they are alive. The merchant tells them the location of the maidens, and the elder orders the villagers to get them. Riuntis tells Rent he considers his request fulfilled by Amaris doesn't look happy about this. Rent is about to leave, and they try to convince him to stay for the festival, but he tells them someone is waiting for him back home. They bid him farewell, and he accepts their thanks. Rent gets on his carriage, and he's disappointed because the merchants weren't behind the missing adventurers since they only kidnapped girls. He returns home and tells Lorraine the story, and she's glad the girls are safe. Rent is thankful for her gift that lets him walk on water. Lorraine is sad she didn't get to meet the master of the lake. Lorraine tells him Amaris will always remember him, but Rent thinks she'll forget because that's the life of an adventurer. Rent walks into the guild and looks through the requests on the board. The rewards aren't appealing, but Rent knows adventurers aren't in the profession for money. Adventurers complete requests to help people whose requests typically won't be accepted through the guild. Sheila wonders if Rent is interested in any of the requests, but he tells her he's keeping his promise of not visiting labyrinths anytime soon. Sheila wanted to help him find a request he can complete easily, and he wonders if anybody has taken up the bronze coin request. Sheila tells him the task is a pretty difficult one, and he realizes the task is to gather dragon blood blossoms. It is a plant that grows near a poisonous swamp with a legend behind its origins. A dragon fell in love with a human girl, and its blood turned into a crimson flower, which earned the plant its name. Rent doesn't like the lore of the story, but Sheila tells him there are rumors that girls will eternally love whoever presents them with the flower. Rent wonders if the plant can be used as medicine, and Sheila tells him the client plans to use it for its medicine. The children in an orphanage were the ones who put up the request, and they said they need to plant to save someone important to them. Rent decides to take up the request, to the surprise of Sheila. Rent arrives at the orphanage, and he didn't expect the place to be as run down as it is. He tries to use the door knocker, but it comes off the door. He decides to try and glue it back to the door using some slime fluid. He considers using the knockers again, but he decides to knock with his knuckles. A little girl answers the door, and she mistakes him for a debt collector. She tells him their chairman Lillian is currently absent from the orphanage. She tells Rent he'll have to come back another day, but she can't finish her sentence because she looks up at Rent's face. Rent tells her he's an adventurer that took up their request from the guild. The girl apologizes for her misconception and ushers him into the orphanage. He enters the orphanage, and the children wonder who he is. The girl introduces him to everyone as an adventurer, and they all rush to greet him. They ask him different questions, but the girl reminds them not to approach adventurers without caution because they are dangerous. They apologize to her for their behavior. She tells Rent she wasn't referring to him as a dangerous adventurer, but he's glad she's cautious of adventurers. He tells her there are unsavory adventurers out there, and she's right to be cautious of them. He tells the children not to approach any suspicious-looking adventurer, and they take his advice to heart. He's glad they are very honest, which shows how happy they are to be at the orphanage. The girl tells him Lillian is a wonderful person who's very nice to them. Rent tells her she doesn't have to be polite to him because he doesn't mind. The girl wonders if he'll get angry at her later, but he promises not to. He introduces himself as a bronze rank adventurer, and the girl is surprised because she thought only an iron rank adventurer would accept their request. Rent realizes she knows a lot about adventurers, and he wonders if she's the one who put up the request. She tells him she put it up, and she introduces herself to him as Elias. Rent decides to talk to her about the request. He tells her the plant can't be gotten easily. Elias tells him she knows that because the plant is rarely in shops, and even if she finds it in a shop, it's usually very pricey. Rent can see she really needs the plant, and he asks her for details. She tells him she needs him to play along, but he doesn't understand what she wants. She takes him into Lillian's room, and Lillian apologizes for how messy her room is. She tells him she's the administrator of the orphanage, and she introduces herself as the priestess of the Church of the Eastern Sky. Rent introduces himself to her, and she apologizes for the meager reward on the request. She thanks him for taking up the job to clean the cellar since she can't get the children to do it because monsters spawn in the cellar. She gets into a coughing fit, and Elias tells her to get some rest while she fills Rent in on the rest of the details. They leave the room, and Elias tells Rent Lillian's illness is called accumulated malice disease. She tells him Lillian is a divinity user, but because she isn't strong enough, every time she uses her powers, it causes harm to her body. Rent didn't know such a condition existed. Elias tells him a healer looked at Lillian and told her she would need a saint's purification or a special medicine to get cured. Rent now understands that they need the dragon blood blossom to make the medicine. Rent realizes that Lillian doesn't know about her illness, and Elias tells him if she knew, she would have another priest take over her position. Rent realizes if that happened, Lillian would accept her fate with her illness, and he decides to help Elias get the plant before that happens. Elias thought that no one would accept the request, so she thought of becoming an adventurer and trying to get the plant herself. Rent is surprised by this. She tells him she's adept with mana abilities, but he can see she doesn't have time to train.
Autodesk Fusion for Manufacturing integrates design, documentation, machining, additive, and nesting workflows into a single, easy-to-use product development platform.
Rent promises to obtain the flour, and she thanks him, but he decides to clean out the cellar first. He walks into the cellar, and Elias follows him. He tells her she doesn't have to follow him, but she wants to watch him take out monsters. He decides to give her a dagger so she can protect herself. Rent tells her there are monsters in the cellar, and she's surprised by this. The monster rats are larger than their usual size. Rent uses his divinity ability, and the leader of the rats orders the rest of the rats to run away. He rushes at Rent, but Rent swats him away. He rushes once again, but this time he bites Rent's arm. Rent peels him off his arm and throws him on the ground. The rat suddenly comes under a spell, and its color changes. Rent realizes the rat is now under his control, and he orders it around, which surprised Elias. Rent takes the rat back with him, and Lorraine is surprised to see a rat sitting on his shoulder. He tells her the rat is now his ally, and Lorraine realizes Rent has the ability to create manipulative servants just like a vampire. Lorraine previously didn't think about giving his blood to living creatures to test this theory. Rent decides to keep the rat, and Lorraine decides to take specimens from the rat as payment for its rent. She decides to test it and do some observation. She wonders what the rat would eat, but it immediately puts its mouth on her finger, and she realizes it craves her human juice just like Rent. Rent decides to name the rat Black, but Lorraine decides to name it Edel, and the rat agrees with her. Lorraine wonders if Rent can communicate with it, but he tells her he can only feel its emotions. At night, Rent is restless because he can't sleep. He thought of wandering a labyrinth non-stop, but he knew an adventurer who doesn't rest would draw the suspicions of the guild. Lorraine comes into the room and offers him some food since he'll leave early the next day. Rent is surprised by Lorraine cooking, but she scolds him for thinking so little of her. She warns him that Swamp is dangerous, and Rent is surprised she knows where he'll be going. She asks him if he'll go there alone, and he tells her he has to because the poison won't affect him. She reminds him that he'll need a party to defeat a dragon subspecies living in the swamp. He tells her he's not planning to fight it, and he shows her holy water he bought from a stall. Lorraine remembers there are rumors that holy water stops the monster from approaching someone, but she tells him it's not a guarantee. Rent tells her he would figure something out if it doesn't work. Rent decides to dig into the meal, and he's surprised by how good it tastes in his mouth. It has been a while since he was able to savor the taste of food, and Lorraine tells him she put a drop of her human juice in the food. She promises to make more for him when he gets back. Rent takes a carriage out to the swamp, and the driver informs him of their arrival. Rent comes down from the carriage, and the driver tells him he'll come back to pick him up later in the day. Rent walks into the swamp, and he wonders if Adel can handle the poison. He knows he'll be able to use his divinity to purify Adel if he's affected by poison, so he decides not to worry about it. Rent follows the path put by other adventurers who didn't want to take a step into the swamp since it's full of poison. Suddenly, several goblins notch arrows and fire at Rent, but he blocks them. Rent knows that monsters in the wild are much stronger than those in the labyrinth. These wild monsters tend to attack in packs and have knowledge about weapons, but Rent is much stronger, and he's convinced he can take them down. He rushes at them and takes down a group with one single swipe of his sword. He takes down the other group with another swipe to defeat all the goblins. Rent walks further into the swamp, and he's happy to be an undead because he's resistant to poison. He thinks he would not mind living as an undead for the rest of his life, if he can bear with his new appearance. The wooden path suddenly breaks and Rent falls into the poisonous swamp. A swamp shark uses that opportunity to rush at him, and he fights them off while Edel spectates while relaxing. Rent defeats the sharks, and he decides to keep his guard up from then on. Rent picks up Edel, disappointed in him for being so nonchalant. Sheila thanks Lorraine for the food because it was delicious, and Lorraine tells her Rent said the same thing. Sheila is surprised Rent is eating normal food since he's an undead, but Lorraine tells her she mixed her human juice with his meal. Lorraine was surprised the guild caught up to what happened at Todd's village. Sheila tells her the villagers were grateful to the adventurer who helped them, but they refused to divulge his name to the guild. Lorraine realizes she came to ask Rent directly if he was the one who helped the village. Lorraine tells her he won't reveal the truth because being involved in a kidnapping situation would make him more suspicious. Sheila is surprised by how much Lorraine knows about Rent, and she tells her she's known Rent for a long time. Sheila wonders why Rent wants to become the highest-ranking adventurer, but even Lorraine doesn't know his reason. Lorraine tells Sheila she has never asked him about it because adventurers don't like people prying into their past. She didn't want to force an answer out of him. Sheila asks Lorraine if she isn't worried about the monsters he'll face in the swamp. She tells Sheila she's not worried because the guild gives out requests according to the adventurer's capabilities. Sheila tells her she only assigned the request to Rent because she knew he would be able to complete it. Lorraine tells her she believes in her judgment, and she's convinced Rent would be able to find a way out if he got into trouble. Rent is being pursued by the dragons of the swamp, and he regrets buying cheap holy water. He gets to a dead end, and he decides to take the monster head-on. He jumps off a tree to attack the monster, but it shoots out poison. Rent cuts through the poison, and he strikes at the monster with his mana-infused sword. Though poison doesn't work on him, Rent isn't convinced he can defeat the monster with just his mana. He decides to use the mana-spirit fusion technique, but it doesn't work on the monster. Edel rushes at the monster, and he uses divinity, and Rent is shocked that Edel can use his divinity powers. The monster eats up Edel, and Rent is about to save him, but the monster starts choking, and he spits out Edel. Rent catches Edel, and he's glad Edel gave him an idea of how to defeat the monster. He infuses his sword with divinity and rushes at the monster. The monster spits more poison globs at him, but he dodges them all. He strikes the monster with his sword, and he defeats it easily. He realizes that the monster's weakness is divinity. Since he can't dress the monster because it's so huge, he decides to store it in his magic pouch. Rent was sure he'll have to fight the monster because he has such bad luck, but he's grateful Edel showed him how to defeat the monster. He decides to come back eventually to get rare materials from the swamp. He arrives at a huge cluster of the dragon blood blossom plants, and he can see their power purifies the air around them. He decides to take more than he initially came for, but a man approaches him behind. The man is surprised to see someone else in the swamp. A strange man approaches Rent, making him cautious. Rent wonders what a human is doing alone in the swamp, and the man tells him he has a magic tool that nullifies the poison from the swamp. The man also shows Rent some holy water to repel the monster, and an accurate map to navigate the swamp. He tells Rent he's there for the dragon blood blossom, and he asks for his permission to gather them. Rent lets him by, and the man proceeds to gather the plant. The man gathers some...
I would take so many notes, and I would get home and I would just like kind of freeze because I had it and then I didn't. So I used Evernote to create an interactive study guide.
some plants, and Rent wonders if it'll be enough. The man tells Rent his mistress wants him to gather the plants so she can turn them into medicine since they don't last long in their plant state. Rent wonders if his mistress is sick, and he tells Rent his mistress is a bit sick. Rent wishes her a speedy recovery, and the man is thankful to be acquainted with Rent. They had always been looking for someone who could procure the plants for them in place of the man. The man wonders if Rent is an adventurer, and Rent introduces himself as a bronze rank adventurer. The man is sure Rent would be suitable for the request because of his rank. He tells Rent that if he accepts the terms of his request, he would be quite grateful. The man tells Rent he will draft the request once he returns, and he introduces himself as Isaac Hart. He tells Rent his mistress's identity would be made to him through the official request he'll submit at the guild. Rent returns to his carriage, and the driver is impressed that he came out of the swamp unscathed. The man thinks Rent must be a very skilled adventurer, and Rent confesses that he uses his mask to hide his identity because he's a mithril rank adventurer. The driver offers to give him discounts on his next trip out of the castle. Rent returns to the guild, and Sheila welcomes him back. He hands over his magic bag to her and asks for her help with dissection. Sheila figures out that he defeated the monster, and she's so surprised. Rent tells her to be quiet so she doesn't attract other adventurers' attention. He tells her there's a lot of work to be done, and she leads him to the guild's dissection area. As they make their way over, Rent tells Sheila that monsters drop materials other than magic crystals when they are defeated. Rent tells her he learned how to dissect from hunters in his village, but he sometimes paid experts to help him with the ones he couldn't dissect. They arrive at the dissection area, and the caretaker of the place, named Dario, is about to close up the place. Sheila introduces Rent to him, and she tells him Rent has something rare to dissect. She tells him Rent defeated a Tarrasque, and Dario opens up the place again. The man prepares the place, and he tells Rent to release the Tarrasque from the magic bag. Rent releases it, and Dario can see the monster is a huge one. He's impressed it's still in such good condition since people usually weaken the monster with projectiles which damage its shell. Dario figures out that Rent took it out with a single strike, and Rent confesses he didn't have the opportunity for multiple attacks. Rent wonders if it'll fetch a good price, and Dario assures him it'll fetch a heavy price. Rent decides to leave Dario to do the dissection, and they leave the dissection area. Rent can see it's late, and he decides to go to the orphanage the next day. He apologizes for taking so long to complete the quest, and Sheila tells him it's all good. She's impressed with how much stronger he has gotten since he defeated a Tarrasque easily. She tells him he's good enough to be a silver rank adventurer, and she advises him not to sell himself short. Rent knows that he has gotten stronger, but he knows it's not because his skills increased. He thinks he got stronger because he's exploiting his undead body. Though Rent knows he only became stronger after he turned into a monster, he knows things will go back to being the way they once were if he goes back to being a human. He remembers when he was a human, and he could only make progress by pure effort alone. He wonders if he'll be able to achieve the highest adventurer rank if he goes back to being human. The next day, Rent returns to the orphanage, and he's about to use the door knocker, but it breaks off again. He quickly repairs it, and Elias suddenly appears behind it, wondering why he's around. He tells her he has completed the request, and she's shocked he completed it so fast. A herbalist looks at the plant, and he's so surprised by how pretty the plant is. He commends Rent for handling the plant so carefully because he hasn't seen one in such good condition. Rent tells him the adventurers who go to the swamp to harvest the plant are high-ranking adventurers, and they should know how to handle the plant. An herbalist tells him the adventurers can't afford to take their time gathering the plant in such a dangerous place, and they may also get attacked by monsters on their way back, which can ruin the plant. The healer tells Rent he will be able to heal Vivian once the herbalist makes the medicine. The herbalist is sure he would be able to make the medicine since the plant is...
I know I should just let it finish, but I'm not feeling it. catch y'all tomorrow. And they can go work in a couple hours. Catch y'all tomorrow.
Yellow.